Chris and Sabrina with The Link. Here on Breeze 93.9 FM. The Link. Here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
You up and lift you high so you can stand tall. everything I'm not. I will take care of you. I love you just because you and I are better than forever. Nothing can stop us, but I won't let you fall. I won't let you go. No matter where you are, no matter where you are, I'll be there. No matter where you are, no matter where you are, I'll be there. We can be the generation who learns how to love. Mistakes and empty promises will never be enough to tear apart these shining hearts that beat inside us now. Let's conquer the percentages and rise above the ground. I won't let you fall. I won't let you go. No matter where you are, no matter where you are, I'll be there. No matter where you are, no matter where you are, I'll be there. Oh, no matter where you are, no matter where you are, be
Rosinya uli di sombranza temak e zu ita saluda antes di niga Radzaudzan malak estrezas durante todo em memu a nogi distância como kupugi palu zangiman malak guafi ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau esta pagua pumalapa gilo tanu man libri sentami ti man ko badi
Panogi tamoru purita nota kantai matu nanyagi todu ilugat parai honra parai gloria abibais la sin parat parai honra parai gloria abibais la sin parat todo e tempo e paz para kita dan gini langit na bendition Concai peligro na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon Conchai Piligru Na Fan Sofuham Zeus Protehis Languahon
I wanna ride in my one bomb stroll all around, rolling up from dirty dough and back to zero down. They come from zero down, zero down, zero down, zero down. I wanna ride in my one bomb stroll all around, rolling up from dirty dough and back to zero down. They come from zero down, zero down, zero down, zero down. Soldier rise, come and vibe to this rhythm. Feeling a vibe, I and I reggae paradise. For me, soldier rise, come and vibe to this rhythm. Feeling a vibe, I and I reggae paradise. Every time we jam and I, you know we got that vibe now. Rastafari, I and I, we tending to this world now. Fuji man or Rasta man, you know we breaking it down now. Fuji man or Rasta man, you know we break it down now.
Bring a different mode to what I'm almost worth for the praise.
What so let's say?
What a chick be new, then the boys be worse than the beat.
So let behave. I wanna ride in my one bomb stroll all around, rolling up from dirty dough and back to zero down. They come from zero down, zero down, zero down, zero down. I wanna ride in my one bomb stroll all around, rolling up from dirty dough and back to zero down. They come from zero down, zero down, zero down, zero down.
B-A-O-T-O-M-A-N-U-A, let's go. I'm 11 and over giving them hits while we blow. Each and every track we dropping by my clock. Let it blow, blow it till it blow the city. Burn it till it burn it down. I'm feeling a rhythmic won't stand top. I live by the pound. So hold me down, hold me down, hold me down. Cause the guys now that me smoking keep me lifted off the ground. We have killers coming after us, they come from all around. With the new expansion to this group instead we're broken down. I'm a living while I'm living in Samoa. I will pray only there I know may come true. Every day Okumanu apango pango listen I return. So bring us that beat back. I wanna ride in my one bomb stroll all around. Rolling up from the Lido and back to zero down. Make up from zero down. Zero down, zero down, zero down. I wanna ride in my one bomb stroll all around. Rolling up from the Lido and back to zero down. Make up from zero down. Zero down, zero down, zero down.
I'm a last minute member, I'm being introduced. When you're vibing off the rhythms, it is me you should accuse. You show me funny faces, thought I was a joke. But now I'm jamming with my boys, Ben Woodson and Otto. Don't really care, don't really know. Cause now I'm showing all the people that we got the flow.
I wanna ride in my one bomb stroll all around. Rolling up from the Lido and back to zero down. Make up from zero down. Zero down, zero down, zero down. I wanna ride in my one bomb stroll all around. Rolling up from the Lido and back to zero down. Make up from zero down. Zero down, zero down, zero down.
Respect now, be Bob off the mic. Respect now. Last night just got it right, spinning and rhyming, making it bigger. Then now here I come. Be Rob on the mic, about to tear it down. Lots of love to the boys in the hood and most them girls I see. Give me numbers, pretty girls, if you know what I mean. Living life in the north side, you know that's how we roll. Test us, we stay burning like whoa, 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 whoa. Be Rob on the mic every day. Be Rob, Jack come down and save me. Be Rob, fellas hold on your ladies. Be Rob, be rubber diagram crazy.
I wanna ride in my one bomb stroll all around. Rolling up from the Lido and back to zero down. Make up from zero down. Zero down, zero down, zero down. I wanna ride in my one bomb stroll all around. Rolling up from the Lido and back to zero down.
Morning, Guam. Right on. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Good morning, Jason Solis.
It is the AM.
It is the AM on the FM.
Hey.
Yeah, day.
I know, you say that to a radio guy, and he's like, wait a minute. Wait, what?
It's 6:23, Hump Day, Wednesday, October 20th, year of the COVID 2021. Good morning on you guys. Thanks for joining us for The Link. Miss the Link, miss a lot, don't miss it. Today, one of our featured guests, GDOE Superintendent John Fernandez, as it looks like the schools have ironed out their reporting procedures. Good morning, Facebook Live, for student positive cases. Right, Bree?
Yes, and they are reporting them out daily.
Right.
And again, the results, their daily reports, are just for the students that are enrolled in face-to-face.
Right. Okay. So that's that, and we did.
And it doesn't necessarily mean that they caught COVID while they were at school. So.
Right. And we'll ask John a little bit more about that this morning. Good morning. It's 6:24. Also coming up, West Carolina Pacific Islands for the greater good. We do it every Wednesday. We celebrate someone in the community who's making Guam a better place to be. Also, Dr. Thomas Kreis, UOG president, as the University of Guam is celebrating their 70th
Jubilee.
Wow. And of course, we do have our UOG alum in studio, Jason Solis. Jay, we're also going to talk with IT&E as they're doing a great thing with data donation.
Very nice. Yeah, they announced yesterday that they're making internet access and more specifically like data caps basically available to organizations that need them because things are still not really in the clear. So kudos to IT. That's another place I used to work.
Yeah, they're continuing their providing data to GMH and GRMC, so there's that constant communication between patients and their families and medical staff.
Very nice.
And they've actually been doing it since April of last year when they donated all these Samsung Galaxy tablets.
And we know from, like, I believe they had a program at both hospitals, but they were saying for people that were in the COVID ward, right, Bree, when the pandemic first started, they said they were bringing them various tablets, and they said that's how they would video chat with their families back then. And the nurses would bring them in, and they're like, "Oh, good morning, good morning, Mrs. So and so," and then like here's your family wants to say hi to you.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
good
awesome.
for them.
So we're getting Angela Rosario. She's the executive director of marketing for CPL, which is the parent company that manages IT&E and a bunch of other great people.
I want to say our friend Angela, right? La, if you're cool, right?
La.
Every time La comes on, the ratings for this show are like through the roof, but they are nothing compared to when she podcasts with her husband, with Jesse for Boca Talks. I mean, they're a happily married couple.
Yeah.
But their
Feisty.
but their fights and their disagreements are the most hilarious thing you have ever heard. I mean, they are so much in love, and they're really good business people. They're very, very good parents and everything like that. But when they don't see eye to eye on a particular topic about fitness or food preparation, just sit back and like
enjoy the show.
Yeah, and if you're drinking, prepared to like get ready to like clean your room because you may be spitting that out all over the wall because it is like.
Let's go to the
fall out
phones,
of my chair,
guys, real quick. 627, Uncle Howard from Molesto on the line. Good morning, Uncle Howard. Where you at?
Yeah, just heading to work and going southbound right in front of Auto Spot. I guess the cop was taking a left to Rob Mikey and took a left too early, so he's wedged on top of the curb.
Oh, man. Uncle Howard, it's funny. Can we pop up those pictures? I was actually on the scene, or at the scene this morning. No. Yeah, the other ones. The cop car.
I guess he wasn't really awake.
Yeah, I got it.
So they're still there? How many cop cars are there?
I like 4 of them.
For the one that's on the median?
Yeah, there's the Charger that's wedged up on the curb.
Is it one of the brand new ones?
I think so.
I think so, yeah. It looks like
Oy.
So we got the pictures here, guys. You can see I was actually on the scene this morning, and like Uncle Howard said, it appears that one of these Chargers had hit the median where you turn left right by Autospot Feathers and Fins there. Not hit the median,
Like
jumped up,
drove on.
like grinding it,
Oy.
like kamzooing it.
But everybody's okay, right?
Yeah, everybody's okay.
Everybody's okay.
It's just it's just very embarrassing. Of
They
all the
must be
spots.
casting him.
Oh God! When I showed up at the scene, I could hear the cops laughing. Well, Howard, be safe, huh?
Okay, stay safe.
That's that.
Take care.
Okay. All right. Yeah, talk about. He's never gonna. Whoever that is driving that car, never gonna live that one down.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's how I started my morning, guys. Filming a bunch of cops who were embarrassed they ran in over the median, or I don't know how many of them or whatever. But it was funny because when I pulled up, they were like, "Oh, no good, sir," and then they saw us being like, "Oh, damn." So I got down with my phone and I was just videoing it, and they all kind of like turned their back. It's like,
Did you know any of them?
no, I didn't. I couldn't see. Yeah, I didn't. I thought one of them was Officer Morgan, but no, there was a female officer and a bunch of guys, but they all look like young.
Oh, if it was Officer Morgan Regis,
I would've known,
You'd
yeah.
never hear the end of that.
Totally. Yeah.
Like we were just talking about, like how La and Chubby like don't get along.
Right.
And Officer Morgan, true professional.
Yep,
I mean, she
yep.
takes the job absolutely seriously. I mean, she typifies the commitment of every GPD officer. She also takes no crap from anybody.
Yeah, she's awesome.
Very, very good.
Yeah, every time I see her, I'm always like a little embarrassed because I did the wet lab, and she was.
Can you explain what the wet
Yeah.
lab is? Because it sounds funny.
You were
What-
drunk, but not really.
Okay, so the wet lab is they need test subjects to help with the officers, the different law enforcement officers, to train on DUI. And so they had this team from Arizona that came in and they were leading the training. And so all of the police officers were there. I showed up. I was late because I initially wasn't the person that was supposed to go do the shoot. So I get there, and everybody was already drinking. There's like 20 or so other people that were the test subjects. And so I was like, oh, I guess I got to catch up with everybody.
Yeah.
I'm
Ooh,
running
that's
late.
always fun.
So you were
Yep.
shotgunning?
Ooh,
Yeah,
gotta catch
so
up. How many shots you guys take? 12?
So the police officers, so they're the ones giving out the drinks, and I was like, hey, I need to catch up. And so they gave me, like, I don't even know what alcohol it was, but it was hard liquor. And I was like, okay, so I drank it, and then I think I drank another one, and then I had a beer, and they're like, you're doing it right? Because you're supposed to drink the hard liquor first, and then you know you.
What is it? Liquor? No. Oh, liquor before beer, you're in the clear.
So, yeah, and then they do the sobriety, the tests, you know, and I just completely failed all of them.
Wow.
Yeah, and they do the breathalyzer and.
Failed
And,
that
it
too.
was Officer Morgan Regis that was like one of the. She was
one of them.
evaluating
Yes,
it.
they put the pen and they're like, follow with your eyes, and so I thought I was following the pen, and she's like, don't move your head, and I was like, I'm trying.
Yeah, Brie was like
and
this.
she's like, try harder. I was like, oh shoot.
Well, and you know we've known.
I was clowning everybody.
Uh,
It's just how I am.
And if we can refer to her like common, right? We've known Morgan since she was in high school because she was an outstanding athlete.
Right.
Like when she was like lights out everything she played. And,
Right.
And I actually talked to Morgan because when I was covering the last election, I was doing like the tallies up at UOG. She was one of the officers that was detailed to provide security. So I went out. This is maybe like 6:30 in the morning. When they're almost done. So I went to go take a breather, and she was out there. I was like, "Hey, Morgan, how you doing?" And she's got like 45 pounds of gear.
Yeah. Tactical, Jay Dakota, the tactical.
Yeah, she's got tactical gear on. She's got everything, and I was like, and Morgan's like what, 5'6", 5'5", maybe.
Yeah, she's definitely taller than I am.
Yeah, but I mean, she's a very, very good police officer. And
Oh, yeah.
We always cite it's like, hey, you want to see how to do it right in GPD? I mean, basically anybody, but like, Officer Morgan is tops. And it's interesting how we just passed Police Week because I've said in the past that I was like, guarantee one of these years, Officer Morgan Regis is going to win Police Officer of the Year. I've always believed that.
Right on, Jay. 6:33. Yeah, so that's happening over there in Agatnia, guys. It's going to delay your route. I did take some video though, but we'll see.
Hey, cop cars have come a long way in the time that like since we've been little kids. Because what were they before? Like way like old school cop cars. What kind of before the Crown
Caprice? It was the Caprice.
The Capri, yeah.
Yeah.
And then they had the Crown Victorias, which everybody kind of knew.
Crown
And
Vic.
That's the one from RoboCop.
Yeah.
And now they're like the Chargers. I mean, those things are like intimidating coming like down the street.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
like okay,
really
GPD's here.
You know what's intimidating is that median. It comes at you. Ah! Ooh, damn, boy. Came on a median, came out of nowhere, guy. Man, a guy would have to sight this median right here, guy. Cuff this median. Okay. I got to drive really careful on my way home.
I was gonna say.
Ooh, 6:33. Good morning.
Mr. Barnett, I'd like you to get out of the car, but it's raining. Yeah, I know.
What is raining, guy?
Are those regulation Zorries you're wearing, sir?
You like the video, huh?
Oh, you like the video? That's the one right there, Bree. Oh, you like the video, huh? Video this. Turn around. Okay, we're done?
Yeah, you done.
Okay. Good morning, guys.
One of us is done.
Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box. Good morning, guys.
Wait, are we going to show these other pictures that you
You know,
sent
the
in there?
funniest thing, Bree, is sending these pictures to my cop friends. Because most of them are not on patrol anymore. And they're looking at this, and they're like, ah. Those were the days.
Are we able to show like these other pictures that you sent to like our
Yeah,
chat?
I'm gonna. Yeah, can we?
I didn't know what you were doing, but
Yeah.
these are like the most delightful pictures
Yes.
of young Channing Barnett.
Today is my son's birthday.
Hey,
Yeah.
KUM kid Channing.
Yeah, my boy Channing Jose Barnett. This is a great kid, man. Awesome.
He's such a sweet little boy.
Yeah, he's awesome. He does a lot of food reviews on my Instagram. If you guys follow me on Instagram, I'll cook something and he'll he'll review it, and this is funny because like everything I cook, he's just like, this is just the best ever. And you know how it is, guys, when you have kids and they like really, really love you when they're young, and then they get older, like you just like whatever, Dad. So enjoy those times, okay? And I wanted to just wish my boy happy birthday. I called him this morning. He's got online, so we're gonna try and do something later. But I don't know. You guys ready to do the happy birthday?
Wait, it's okay. This is one of the KUM kids, right? So
Yes.
guys, we got to go extra for this one. We're gonna sing happy birthday like they sing in the hotels.
Oh.
In the restaurants.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll lead this off.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, ready? So for Channing, Jose Barnett, and everybody else who has a birthday, and happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you and all of yours. Happy birthday to Channing Barnett.
Can we just do the regular one?
To you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Channing, my boy. And everyone else's birthday it is today, too.
Woo!
Happy birthday to you. May the dear Lord bless you. May the dear Lord bless you.
May the dear Lord bless Channing.
Jose Barnett and everyone else's
His birthday it is today, too. Happy birthday to you. Let me tell you what kind of son my boy is. He went in my wallet and he put his picture right here.
Oh, wait.
Now keep in mind, I got 4 other kids, and he's always putting his picture like it's got to be in the center. He went and he put his picture in my wallet so that every time I open my wallet to give people my money, I look at my handsome son.
Oh.
Yeah, great boy. 6:37, guys.
And how much? What little treat is monetarily is Dad gonna
Right.
give Channing?
It's gonna be significant.
And how old is he
Let's just
today?
say. I called him yesterday and I was like, let's go. I'll pick you up from the after school. We'll go to the mall. We'll go to, is it GameSpot or GameStop? GameStop.
Yeah.
And he was like, no, Dad, it's going to cost a lot of money. And I was like, don't worry about it, Daddy. He was like, okay. Put up a real fight, right? It's a 6:37.
That is legally binding, by the way.
Yeah, it is.
You know, okay, and if I may say, we've seen Channing like grow up in stature and everything. I would probably say when he reaches high school level, he is gonna make one hell of a defensive lineman.
Yeah, he's thinking about football, but he's a big kid.
He is gonna be a beast.
Yep. Good morning, guys. Let's get into work now. Clocking in at 6:37, Wednesday, October 20th, year of the COVID 2021. Our first look at news is brought to you by Pacific Points from the KUAM News team with the very latest. Good morning, Sabrina Salas-Matanani.
Off it, everybody. The island recorded 3 more COVID-19 related fatalities. According to the Joint Information Center, the 224th COVID-19 related fatality occurred at GRMC on October 6th. The patient was a 67-year-old man. He was partially vaccinated with underlying health conditions. He tested positive on September 25th. The 225th COVID-19 related fatality was pronounced dead on arrival at GRMC on the 13th. The patient was a 62-year-old woman. She was partially vaccinated with underlying health conditions. She tested positive on October 13th. The 226th COVID-19 related fatality occurred again at GRMC on October 19th. The patient was a 53-year-old man. He was unvaccinated with underlying health conditions and tested positive on October 5th. The JIC also reports 50 people are hospitalized for COVID-19. Additionally, there are 3 pediatric admissions also hospitalized, 12 patients receiving ICU level of care, 7 on a ventilator. The JIC also reports that out of the 50 hospitalized patients, 22 are vaccinated, 29 are unvaccinated, 1 is ineligible to receive a shot. Public Health reports 163 new cases of COVID out of 1,365 tests performed on October 18th. 61 cases were identified through contact tracing. To date, there have been a total of 17,154 officially reported cases, 226 deaths, 2,722 people are in isolation, and 14,206 have recovered. The CAR score continuing to drop. It's now at 17.5. To date, a total of 122,376. It's 89.79% of Guam's eligible population is fully vaccinated. Meanwhile, the Guam Department of Education on Tuesday reported 9 new COVID-19 cases among students and staff. GDOE confirming 6 student cases. They were identified. 2 at Estumbo Elementary, 1 at Daniel L. Perez Elementary, 1 at Finnegayan Elementary, and 2 at Untalon Middle School. GDOE also reported 3 employee cases. They were identified at Estumbo Elementary School and 2 at Daniel L. Perez Elementary School. Village booster clinics continue today at the Huggett Gym. Not only will the vaccine and booster shots be given there, but COVID testing will be available. The clinic will run from 8:30 in the morning to 1:30 in the afternoon. Walk-ins are welcomed, but appointments are highly encouraged. Vaccination cards and a valid ID are required to get the shot. The New York Times is reporting that the FDA is on the verge of allowing people to get different COVID-19 booster shots in their original COVID vaccinations. The move is of particular interest for people with Johnson & Johnson vaccine after one small study showed those people had higher immune responses when they got a second dose from the Moderna or Pfizer vaccines. Skylar Henry reports.
The FDA could be set to approve the mix and match use of COVID-19 vaccines as booster shots.
I think what the FDA is going to say is they're going to make it easy. You can get a different booster if you want, but we're going to recommend staying with the same brand if you can.
The New York Times reports the move could come as soon as Wednesday, and an FDA spokesperson confirms the agency has the power to make the authorization if it feels it's needed.
In the real world, all these kind of combinations or extra boosters are already happening. So I think it's a matter of some urgency.
An FDA official hinted at the move during a hearing Friday, where an independent advisory committee approved a second dose for people with the Johnson & Johnson vaccine.
Dr. Marks, is it possible that there might be an EUA down the road, not necessarily right away, about the whole mix and match strategy?
I would say it's possible.
That's all I wanted to hear.
The FDA approval for booster shots comes as tensions are on the rise for a minority of Americans who are holding out from getting their first vaccine doses. Thousands protested in California Monday, saying kids should not be kicked out of the classroom because they're unvaccinated.
I am vaccinated, but I do think that people should have a choice on whether they get vaccinated or not, because the vaccine has been out for that long.
And in Chicago, the city has begun placing some police officers on unpaid leave for failing to update their vaccine status. Those officers could eventually be fired. Skylar Henry, CBS News, Silver Spring, Maryland.
3 Republican senators believe their bill is better than the Democrats' bill to assist the governor with their LEAP program. The Local Employers Assistance Program was established through an executive order signed by the governor last week. It pledges $25 million from American Rescue Plan funds to help struggling businesses. Democrat Senator Amanda Shelton and Senator Joe San Augustine introduced the bill to match it for a total of $50 million to fund the program. GOP senators, however, Frank Blas Jr., Chris Duenas, and Tony Ada, believe the governor needs more flexibility in funds. Their bill, referred to as the Protege Lata Act of 2021, provides a $37.5 million. It would also increase the governor's transfer authority in the FY 2022 budget from 5 to 10%. With more news now, here's Daniel Perez.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Hafa and good morning, everyone. I'm Daniel Perez with your headlines here on The Link. The AG's office confirms that an autopsy was performed and completed over the weekend in the ongoing death investigation involving Jaron Wallbacher. According to AG spokesperson Carlina Charfaris, the AG's office is reviewing the findings of the forensic autopsy and is reviewing all additional information provided to prosecutors. As required by law, the Office of the Attorney General must present its case to a grand jury or hold a preliminary hearing 10 days after a confined defendant is initially charged. Wallbacher died after an altercation that occurred in the early morning hours of Saturday, October 9th, outside King's Restaurant in Sumuning. Arrested were 31-year-old Fia Tagali Aki, 22-year-old John M. Muliaga, and 36-year-old Joseph Tekedi. Muliaga was charged with aggravated assault and assault, while Aki was charged with assault. Tekedi was booked and released for criminal facilitation. Following a magistrate's hearing last week, bail was set at $25,000 for Muliaga, while Aki was released on a $2,000 personal recognizance bond. Both are scheduled to appear before presiding Judge Alberto La Morena this Thursday, October 21st, for a preliminary hearing. And any product shortages on local grocery store shelves aren't because of shipping delays. That's the word from the head of Matson, who says any temporarily out-of-stock items are more the result of global supply chain disruptions. Here's more.
Matson's Bernie Valencia says their container vessels haven't been subject to the backlog of thousands of ships over the last 2 weeks at West Coast ports.
We have dedicated terminals. Matson ships come into our terminals. Our terminals only work Matson ships, so our ships come in and out of there into Long Beach and Oakland, into Hawaii and Guam on time almost all the time.
She says it's hard to say how full each arriving container is, but she believes due to global supply chain disruptions, local wholesalers and retailers may not be getting all the inventory they want.
It is true. The suppliers aren't necessarily filling all the orders. Someone might order 1,000 cases of Yoplait yogurt or whatever it might be, and they might only get a certain allocation.
Another factor is simply growing global demand.
A larger part of it is the congestion from Asia to Long Beach. There's been a surge in the consumer demand. A lot of people are spending more. A lot of people are ordering more stuff online. You know, when you speak to a lot of our customers, retailers and wholesalers, they tell you there's no shortage of turkeys or there's no shortage of other things going on in the States. It will come here whenever their suppliers can get it to them. So if there's any advice that they might tell you is if you do see it in the store, buy it, but you don't need to hoard, right? Just know that eventually no need to hoard and be scared because the ships will come every week on time.
Some early advice as we soon head into the holiday shopping season. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
And GDOE plans to implement their first phase of the COVID-19 screening testing plan by next Monday. The first phase is for unvaccinated employees. Deputy Superintendent of Operations Erica Cruz says that guidance meetings are taking place on the plan of action for COVID-19 testing for its employees.
Heads to provide them guidance on what to do. We currently have, I believe, 114 employees that have been trained to be tested. We also have 6 employees from our facilities and maintenance who have been trained by the Guam Memorial Hospital to dispose of the biohazard materials that will be coming out of our obviously of the test from the test kits.
She noted that GDOE has enough test kits to begin the testing next week, and COVID-19 testing is an added layer of protection to help mitigate the spread of infection of the virus on school campuses. As of last Wednesday, about 88.5% of GDOE employees are fully vaccinated against the virus. And more than 90% of the island's goods pass over the port's docks, meaning they have quite the job to do. And despite the COVID-19 pandemic, it has remained 100% operational, providing goods and supplies to our island communities. Here's more.
1 week out of the year is dedicated to Port Authority employees to celebrate their hard work and their dedication. This year marks the 46th year of celebrating Port Week. General Manager Rory Respicio shares what Port Week is all about.
Generally, it's to also ask the community to recognize how the port employees go above and beyond, particularly during this pandemic, to stay 100% operational, to ensure that 90% of the goods coming into the island that come to the port are still on the shelves.
To further celebrate Port Week as a way of saying thank you to all the employees, a special lunch will be held later in the week.
What we're doing for our employees this year is we're going to have a lunch on Thursday, but even the lunch is going to be COVID compliant. The caterer is going to dish out the food, and we want to at least give our employees a meal, right? They always say when you celebrate, you break bread.
That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KOAM News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Thanks, Daniel. Aside from signing the war claims into law, the governor also signed 2 other bills into law, one by Speaker Therese Terlahi, which lifts the cap on the penalties for violating erosion and sediment control regulations, such as the incident at Marble Cave. The other, by Senator Sabina Perez, establishes a new litter control revolving fund and increases fines from $250 to $500. Former Guam Senator Will Castro is now at the center of the CNMI legislature's probe of Governor Ralph Torres' executive spending. Tomas Manglotnya reports.
All right, Chair, we just wanted to ask you the motivation behind approving the subpoena for Will Castro to appear before the committee.
The reason for that is because Will Castro's name appears on the governor's
Former Guam Senator Will Castro is today at the center of the legislative probe into CNMI Governor Ralph Torres' executive expenditures.
I'd like to offer a motion to issue a subpoena to Mr. Will Castro.
He now joins a long list of employees in the governor's circle called to testify at the legislature.
All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The motion carries to issue a subpoena for Mr. William Castro, Chief of Staff to the governor. Will Castro's name appears on the governor's documents that we have, including reimbursement memos that the governor has sought reimbursement for. Also, in many of the governor's travels, his name appears on his travel, so that is what I can't divulge much information.
She says those documents range in time between 2015 and 2019. Babauta says Castro is being called to testify as a former sitting senator and not as the governor's chief of staff.
We have always discussed it as a committee. It's just that he wasn't physically present here. And our subpoena powers are limited to the Commonwealth of the Northern Marianas.
They do not expect the administration's separate argument of testimonial immunity to shield Castro, as they expect to execute the subpoena next month. The committee convened Tuesday morning, waiting for the appearance of the governor's executive assistant, Frances de la Cruz, who, through an attorney, says she is immune from testimony because of her position.
We are not unreasonable. We are not uncompromising. This is democracy in action.
The committee agreed to allow De La Cruz to submit an affidavit in response to their subpoena. They're seeking information on travel policies, procedures, expenditures, contracts, inventory, and payments. Committee members say they may call her to testify in person if they aren't satisfied with the written response due on October 26. KUAM reached out to Castro and the CNMI governor's office for comment. Tomas Manglotnya for KUAM News on Saipan.
After serving as the program's CEO for the past several years, Isaiah Uggan spoke with her about her decision.
Dr. Judith Wampat has decided to leave Guahan Academy Charter School for personal reasons after serving as a chief executive officer for 3 years.
You know that the COVID has really affected the instructional, the learning time for all children, so I was seeing this and hearing about it when teachers were sharing and parents sharing, but I really saw it firsthand with my grandson when, he was online and he just, just couldn't stay, focused. And that is why, we knew then that, we need to get the kids back. I knew that too from my grandson. So he really had a very difficult time. And I figure, all these years that I've been, in school and in politics, I've always put children first. And my gosh, I have put my own grandson first, too.
Wampat confirmed with KUAM News exclusively Monday that she turned in her resignation, making her last day Wednesday, November 3rd. But the GAC's board had a different plan.
Apparently, it wasn't accepted because, when I announced to the staff that I will then, be leaving on November 3rd. And then that was at about 2 o'clock, 2:30 when I met with the teachers. And then at 4 o'clock, 4 or 5, I get this email that basically, said that there was going to be this meeting and an executive meeting to discuss my resignation and to do an exit interview, but further on it just basically said that I'm to turn in GAT's, property and to disable, my emails.
Wampet said there are no hard feelings with the board's decision to make her last day Monday instead. Meanwhile, Sanat Dominic Leon Guerrero, who is one of the Chamorro language and cultures teachers at the home of the Starfish, says Wampet's resignation was a shock to all.
Me personally, it came as a surprise. We weren't expecting it, but her reasons to, move on, me personally, I respect it.
In Wampet's 3-year tenure at the school, GACS earned accreditation, received much needed learning equipment, materials, and supplies, and developed a COVID-19 safety and screening testing plan. She also created a spending budget plan for federal funds.
She hopped on board, steered us in the direction that, that made us get accredited, for sure.
Wampet made it clear that she will not be making her way to Adelup. She also said that she is not considering running for senator in the 37th Guam legislature. However, Wampet says she will continue to serve in the community as a board member of Victims Advocates Reaching Out, or VARO Guam. As we reported, Dean of Secondary Education Linda Hernandez Avila has been appointed as school principal by the GACS board. They are also in the process of hiring an assistant principal.
My final words to Dr. Wampet, like I said, Masi for all you've done for us here at Guam Academy. And Mayor Sinus continue to guide you and on your further endeavors.
Reporting for Guam's News Network, Guahusi Isaiah Uggan.
More tax refunds should be in the mail as DRT processed another batch totaling a little over $2 million. This includes refunds garnished to repay government debts and represent the payment of 613 error-free returns filed on or before August 20th. And with your news in Chamorro, here's Ken.
Buenos updates to get sunod itunod sa morgan ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. Magkonfirma ni opisina ni Renata Abagadong Guahan na matsogis ni kabales si autopsy gimapos na utumun semana pati ni investigasyon niya pwede finaytay Jarong Wheelbacher. Según spokesman para Renata Abagao si Carlina Charforos, maribisita si nadaya forensic autopsy dan con todo mas informasyon ni manmanai prosecutors gunin na kausa. Según nilay, debi opisina ni Renata Abagao umasabmiti kausaw niya gati grand jury pasino managwahar preliminary hearing 10 días después para di maasaki ni maperpeso esta na defendant. Matay si Wheelbacher na igwaham himo gizatang magsabalu diyan may bigi Oktubre gisanizong King's Restaurant na sagant sumot sa gizatamuning. Maresta, Sofia Tagalua, Aki, 31 anos na edad, si John Muliaga, 22 anos na edad, dan si Joseph Decade, 36 anos na edad. Matsake si Muliaga ni aggravated assault dan assault. Si Aki sa ma-charge ni assault, dan si Decade sa mabuk pas masota pwede natakan criminal facilitation. Después si magistrates na hearing gimapos na semana, mapuli beon na si Muliaga gi 25,000 pesos dan si Aki sa ma-release sigon na di personal recognizance na ban ni balan 2,000 pesos. Todos estos na schedule para mafana si Wes Alberto Lamorena gi Iwebes dia 21 de Oktubre para preliminary hearing. Mas asunto, Guam Department of Education sa maplanan niya para ma-implementa yung finena na screen testing para COVID-19 yasti mamaila na Lunes. I-primero yasti na test para di siya man mabakuna na empleyaw niya. Segundo Superintendent of Operations si Erica Cruz, kasangan na di guidance meeting sa masusesa di para di plano na aksyon para tines COVID para yung empleyaw niya. Kasangan masan mafanagwi 114 na empleyaw niya, tama naman man test, the size na empleyaw, sa man matrain ni Guam Memorial na Hospital no tayo man regla sa madzuti at di biohazard siya na material no gin ni test kits. Ilang nga si Cruz na nawing esta na test kits gi GDOE para matutuin ni test siya gi otro semana. Ikopi na test sa naima sa dilanto gi prinitehin ni tinatmin ST na chatnod gi campus eskwela siya. Esta huli gi Medcules gi mapos na semana 88.6% gi empleo ni GDOE sa esta man mabakuna kabales kontra COVID-19. Para Guam News Network, Guausikin Conception. Yasuto ifinut sa moro sa presenta sa ninafato ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Want a better look at your spending? With MoneyMap, you can automatically create budgets and manage where your money is going. Know when you have a green light or when it's time to slow down. Maybe cook more meals at home this week. Set your goals. Track your progress and find your way to exactly where you want to be with MoneyMap from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. It all starts with yes.
All right, everybody, Refresh Guam is our island's newest digital hub. They are on Instagram and Facebook, so please check them out, and even better, follow them. That means you're going to get awesome content daily and a chance to win daily giveaways.
Refresh Guam, truly local.
Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge. All you have to do is listen to the link during the month of October, and when prompted, call 671-637-0094 with the answer to the Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge. Winner will receive a gift certificate from our participating pizza parlors and a 12-pack of Pepsi, brought to you locally by Pepsi.
Breast cancer is the second leading cause of cancer death in women. The chances that a woman will die of breast cancer is about 1 in 38. Although there is no sure way to prevent breast cancer, there are certain things that you can do, such as eat healthier and exercise. For more information about breast cancer, go to the American Cancer Society's website at cancer.org. Also, on October 22nd, we invite you to think pink by wearing the color pink on that day in solidarity of our breast cancer survivors and warriors.
This pink message is brought to you in partnership with Ordot Dental Clinic, joining the fight against cancer in honor of brave warriors, survivors, and their families. Island Cancer Center and American Cancer Society.
The Totomotna Tales. October on the KUAM Podcast Network.
This holiday season, we're once again bringing together the island's largest array of local vendors for a special innovative way for you to shop, broadcast, and go digital with Team KUAM. Join us on Sunday, November 28th for the annual Christmas Pops Virtual Holiday Market at 12 noon on KUAM TV8 and the KUAM News Facebook page, plus additional show times through December 11th. We'll also be featuring vendors daily with posts with QR codes and links on our social media pages beginning Monday, November 29th, and hosting an exclusive Christmas Pops website for your one-stop shopping. It's a safe and convenient way for you to shop local this holiday season. To reserve your spot, email promotions@kuam.com today. Virtual space is limited.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
Join KUAM every Wednesday on Primetime for Inside Business. It's our new weekly segment featuring the struggle of Guam's businesses during this global pandemic. We'll hear from industry leaders about the difficult decisions they were forced to make to implement cutoffs, layoffs, and shorten hours just to survive. It's the other side effect of COVID, the island's economic crisis. We'll also feature new businesses that managed to open and thrive during these challenging times. It's Inside Business every Wednesday on KUAM News Primetime.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now.
The Culture Club returns to KUAM Digital and KUAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Chamorro culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KUAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum.
Original music, ladies and gentlemen. The mood is rigging. You see, you're all a temptation, a positive statement on what is good. Don't like the groove too fast. See me like it nice and slow. With a skanky little bassline that'll make you move your waistline. So
all right, welcome back to The Link, the midweek version. Thanks to you and yours for hanging with us. Chris, Bree, Joe, sir, I'm merely Jason Salas, and we appreciate you guys being with us as we tell you everything that's happening around the island right now. As for the immediate future, tonight at 6 p.m., our friends over at the Guam Department of Education are having their virtual community input sessions for GDOE's strategic plan. Now, these are Zoom-based and completely free to the public. If you want to jump in, you can check out KUAM.com. They are Zoom links, so you want to go there, maybe bookmark them, just have our page and our article handy. Remember, at 6 p.m. tonight are going to be the Hadza and Katan districts. Now remember, there are 4 districts on Guam that correspond with the different directions: Hadza, Katan, Lagu, and Lutsen. Tonight on Wednesday, Hadza and Katan. So if your kids go to any of the schools covered there regionally, tonight is your night. On Thursday, Lagu and Lutsen districts, and it's a different Zoom link. So make sure, once again, check out our website for that. And then Friday, island-wide parent-teacher organizations. All of these are at 6 p.m. tonight, Thursday, and Friday. And if you don't want to jump in the Zoom room and ask a question directly, if you would much rather indirectly just watch and take notes, you can check it out on GDOE's Facebook page as well. So tonight at 6 p.m. And you can also have like the news in a separate browser, so you can watch us too. Right.
Thank you, Jay. 708 numbers. Bree, honestly, last night when I saw the Joint Information Center release reporting the COVID-19 data, to be honest, my heart dropped because we had, over the weekend, because they were reporting the daily results and they don't always get as many tests performed over the weekend. The numbers, right, there was like 50 and then it was 90. And then yesterday it was, whatever it was. It wasn't 163.
12% too, so that number did go up as well.
So when I saw that, Jick, and when we get these in the chat, when the communications director sends them out, they're sent in WhatsApp, and you can kind of see the first couple sentences. You know, when you open up something in WhatsApp, it'll say the first couple sentences, and it was like 3 COVID-19 related fatalities, and then the 163 positive tests. And of course, Bree, how are they, because it kind of seems like they changed up how they report the pediatric admissions.
Well, they don't include it when they, at the top, when it has the hospitalizations.
Yeah.
It's just, it looks like they just only calculate the adults, and then you have to go in and then you'll see, oh, okay, so there's three pediatric admissions, which, like, if it was, 50, you would think, right? If it's 3 pediatric admissions, it would be 53.
So you're saying that when we look at the number of people who are hospitalized on the JIC release, it's not accurate?
I wouldn't say it's not accurate. It just doesn't
include pediatric admissions.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's, in other words, it's not accurate. Yeah, I just don't get it. I was talking with a friend yesterday, just about like the deafening silence out of Adelup relative to this surge that we're in. I don't even know what to say anymore. I get that the governor had told the media, a certain media, that the people of Guam should just get used to it, which I felt was calloused and indifferent and insensitive, as people continue to die. And if you guys recall, we had Dr. Berg on this show, it was a while ago, and he had said that letting the virus run its course is not far off from what their plan is. And I use plan in air quotes because I don't know what the plan is. And that's what I feel. I feel like the governor, or at this point, if the governor doesn't want to come out and talk to the people of Guam, hey, we got a whole ass lieutenant governor that can come out and he can do it. You know what I mean? But at this point, it's like 13 weeks. I think that the people of Guam deserve definitely an explanation of these decisions, the indecision, the lack of decisions being made. Maybe you throw in a little consolation, reassurance message. We just had 3 people die. These bodies, these deaths, they just keep coming. And it's tragic. And it's also tragic that we just don't hear anything. I think the governor has to come out. She should have come out weeks back and said, hey, this is why I'm doing this. This is why we didn't do any additional restrictions. This is why we're sticking by these mandates that obviously do nothing to stem the transmission of the virus. And again, remember, it's these positive cases that turn into the people who go in the hospital, that turn into the dead on arrivals. And if you look at these cases, Bree, you'll see that the 2 of the deaths last night, they tested positive. One was in September, and one was earlier in October. And so I just don't get it. I just don't get it. At this point, not hearing from our governor, our lieutenant governor, it's insulting, really, because we just deserve just a certain level. This is not a bank. You don't make decisions and then everyone just deals with it. It's a democracy. You make decisions, and yes, we have to deal with it, but you're also obligated to explain to us the factors that go into you making these decisions or not making decisions. Yeah, I just don't understand how we downplay this tremendous loss of life that's happening. In October, Bree, if you just look at the month of October, the number of deaths, it's mind-boggling. Really.
What did Dr. Ann say it was? It was Dr. Ann Pobutsky and Dr. Annette David last week when they did their data dive. They said it was, I think in the last 2 months it was over 100, right?
In the last 2 months?
Or in since this new Delta variant surge began.
I'd have to pull it.
Yeah, I know the number is astonishing.
Yeah, and
yes, during the surge alone, it's pretty astonishing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I just feel like, you don't have to come out every time someone dies and say something, but just be sensitive to what the people of Guam are going through. We feel like we're a flock without a leader. You know what I mean? And again, the will of the people, to me, it's a reflection of the will of the leadership, right? If you have a strong leader who's coming out here and saying, this is why we're doing this, everybody, I know it's alarming, I know people keep dying, but I'm going to ask you again, to wear your mask. Because that's the answer we got. When we had public health coming on, we said, what more can we do? Because obviously this isn't working. And what they say is, oh, wear your mask, wash your hands. Right. And so I just feel like they got to come out. A 4-month-old baby. A 4-month-old baby died. And they didn't even say anything. It's 7:14.
Yeah, since October 1st, there's been 28 deaths.
Yeah, so we're averaging more than a death a day. And I can't even remember when the last time the governor had a press conference was. When was it? I can't remember. I don't even think it was about COVID. So when you have the head of the body that advises the governor coming out and saying that, hey, it's kind of our plan to let it run its course. And what did he say? The people are going to get sick and people are going to die, mostly unvaccinated. That's what he said. I mean, I don't care if you're vaccinated, unvaccinated, if you got 3 eyes in your forehead. Like Dr. Hoa Wen said, every life counts. Right? And, you know, talking with these mayors, right? They went and they called these mayors and they said, we need you to call these people in the villages because we're getting all these dead on arrivals. And they get the mayors to do that for like a week and a half. And then it's like on to this other thing. And so there isn't just, there's no, and I get it that we got to pivot, but if we're still getting DOIs, then why aren't we still telling people don't wait until it's too late? I mean, these mayors, they really wanted to help. They really wanted to help, but they didn't get the support, you know? Look at these village outreach clinics. I mean, they were, public health was expecting the mayors to staff these things. And again, it's similar to what we had yesterday with St. John's, St. Paul's, telling us that when it comes to testing students and doing all these COVID protocols that public health wants them to do, is requiring them to do. What was it they said? We're not a medical clinic.
Bob Kelly made that point like at least twice, and he's like, okay, I am not a doctor, and we are not.
Yeah, and they were frustrated because public health sets these mandates, and then they don't even have the test kits, right?
Yeah.
So it's frustrating.
Public Health actually put out a release last night encouraging people to get the booster shot. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so on public health side, they put out these releases, but then they don't really provide the opportunity for the media or even people who go on to like ask questions about what's going on, you know?
Well, they do have their weekly.
They do, yeah.
They just started that,
Just
the
started it,
weekly
yeah.
data drop with Dr. Ann.
Tomorrow would be the third week that they do that.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
And I mean,
And last week they had the MISC
Right,
briefing
yeah.
with the media.
Right, and that kind of what I felt with, and it was a couple days after they came out with that advisory, I felt it was warranted. I mean, how do you come out with an advisory, not just physician's advisory about MISC, but, you know, I mean, parents see something like that, we freak out. So again, when you come out with these releases, you got to also have people, like with this booster thing, right? If they're going to come out with a release at night and say, hey, everybody go get your booster, then in the morning, they should have these people on all the talk shows or whatever saying, hey, yeah, we came out with this release. Here's a little more info on it. But I mean, I've been asking. We've had a great relationship with public health throughout this pandemic. I feel like we've been some very good partners with them. Responsible partners. We don't do the crazy talk around here. We're saying be safe. But we haven't been able to get anyone from public health on. I mean, I'm pretty much begging the director at this point because we're in a pandemic, really. And there has to be, I feel, there has to be a consistent presence. Like, people want to hear. They just do. Even if the governor, whoever, thinks everyone's mad at her, people want to hear from you. They do. They really do. They want to hear from public health. They want to see. They want to have that presence. Or else it's like we just feel like no one even cares. Like 3 people died. Oh, no one said anything. Okay, as you were. Carry on. Get used to it. Yeah, and with these mayors, the staff, you know, being asked to help, and then we just hear constantly they haven't been paid their overtime. They haven't been paid their COVID differential pay. And what do they say? Oh, it's because the governor said we don't have money. But guess what? We do have money. We actually have so much money right now.
James Wolford, he asked about the 28 deaths since or as of 10/14. When I said 28, that was from October 1st through, according to the latest JIC, October 19th, which was yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's reached the point where we got to ask for help. We just do. I mean, clearly this government doesn't have a handle on this pandemic, and it is a pandemic, right? I mean, is it incompetence? Is it indecision? Or
pride?
Is it pride? Maybe. Yeah, I'm sure it's a lot of those things, but it's also that we are fighting an invisible enemy that pretty much no one in the world has been able to beat. Oh, except for the island that's 45 minutes to the north of us. Ah, wait. Oh, no, wait. There's also Palau. Ah, damn, there's the FSM. So actually, we're surrounded by people who have done a pretty damn good job of beating down this virus and putting it in a place where it's manageable, really manageable. This is not manageable. 3 people dying, hundreds of cases. It's not manageable. What are you guys thinking?
What are we doing different than these places that are just literally a stone's throw away? What are we doing different? What are we doing wrong? I think it's that time where the Physicians Advisory Group, and I keep making this joke, like, how do these meetings go if they don't do anything? Oh, okay, hey, nice to see you. Okay, meeting adjourned. But maybe it's time to do that serious self-examination. What are we doing wrong? What do we need to do differently? Do we need to call for help? Do we need to call the CDC? Send people over here. Please. We need help. $7.21. Yeah.
Okay. Real quick, while we have it on, because it is kind of timely, because it is 7:21 right now. For our friends in Hagat and Santa Rita Sumay, of course, we had Mayor Kevin Siswico of Hagat yesterday. The Village Clinic, of course, is starting today at 8:30 in the morning. And as Mayor Kev was saying yesterday, it's going to be both vaccination and testing. So if you need, they've completely separated it. So whatever you need, get in touch with your village mayor's office. If you can transport yourself down there, please do that too if you were from either of those southern villages, because the mayor's office, the guard, public health, they are standing by and they're ready to help you to take care of those southern communities. So that's 8:30 in the morning until 1:30 in the afternoon today. So congratulations to our friends down in Hagat, and good luck. That's going to be at the village mayor's office.
Right. What was that release about the booster? Was it just kind of generic?
Yeah, it just came out last night. I almost missed it. Where is it? Came out, encourages on the register about 12:45, and no way. All right.
Wait, what time to come out?
No, maybe my laptop is, I don't know, it says 12:45 a.m., but that's probably wrong. Yeah, it's just DPHSS encourages residents to get their booster shots. Since Pfizer shot became available to eligible residents on September 30th, more than 6,000 people have received a booster shot. Public Health encourages eligible residents to get vaccinated with the booster dose of Pfizer vaccine. The booster clinic, in partnership with the Mayor's Council of Guam, continues throughout the months of October and November for adults 65 and older. Booster shots are available also at the University of Guam Fieldhouse. That was it.
That's it?
Yeah.
Okay. Right on. Yeah, guys, go get that booster. And, just looking at a little more detail on the deaths that were reported last night, the 224th COVID-19 related fatality occurring at GRMC on October 6th. So this is one of those where they kind of look back and determined it was a COVID-related fatality. The patient was a 67-year-old male, partially vaccinated with underlying health conditions. He tested positive on September 25th. The 225th, pronounced dead on arrival, GRMC, October 13th. 62-year-old female, partially vaccinated, underlying health conditions. Tested positive on October 13th. 226th, 53-year-old male, unvaccinated, underlying health conditions. Tested positive on October 5th. So if you look at, well, like in that case, he tested positive on October 5th. Looks like you had it for a couple weeks, right? So, guys, go get the vaccine. Even if you see these people who are like partially vaccinated, right? Maybe they were going to go get their second shot. Maybe this effort to really drum up the vaccination, maybe it worked, right?
And also for those of you that test positive and you meet in the certain criteria to get the monoclonal antibody treatment, the infusion center is still open.
Yes.
Over at the Mangilau Senior Center.
Yeah.
It's open Monday through Saturday, I believe. So if you do meet the criteria, they're saying that it's over 70% efficacy.
Yeah.
It will lower the severity of the symptoms. So
Meaning you take it and there's a really, really, really good chance, like the kind that you could bet on, that you're going to get better.
And the goal is to prevent hospitalization.
Right, yeah. And that effort has been going on. Remember, we brought people from FEMA. We brought the vaccinated.
They're still here.
Yeah, and they give the monoclonal antibody treatment.
And they also are vaccinators that are from FEMA that are here.
Right, yeah. So there was an issue. I know Dr. Hoa, and just from you guys' comments here on the link, there was an issue and a gap maybe where you had people testing positive, whether at the clinic or over in TGen. and they weren't being called by public health. I mean, we hear that all the time, right? And Dr. Ho had raised the concern, what are we doing to reach these positive cases? Because you would see some of these DOAs or some of these deaths, it's like they would test positive, and then was public health in contact with these people, right? Because a lot of times when you do test positive, they tell you to just go home and wait, right? Just go home and wait, and if you get sick, go to the hospital. So, I mean, I don't know, is that part of it where people are just at home waiting, and then they're waiting until it's too late?
Well, a buddy of mine too, speaking of testing, was telling me last night that, he wants to go get tested, but he's like, man, I don't want to sit in line for like 5 hours. I got stuff I got to do. But I was like, no, have you seen like the number of options that you have now? And just out of memory, because we read him here every single day on this show, I just recite them. He's like, oh, okay, I had no idea. And I really love the honest answer that Mayor Kevin, again, from Hoggett, gave yesterday when I said, Mayor, the Mayor's Council told us that, these clinics that you guys are having in each of the municipalities, they're supposed to be, iterative. So, the first one was in Sinahanya. So I believe Mayor Robert Hoffman told Mayor Johnny Kanata, hey, these are some of the issues we ran into with communications or logistics or transportation, just FYI. I was like, did Mayor Kanata reach out to you? And he goes, not yet, but he goes, at the same time, this isn't the first time we've done something like this. And kind of, not so jokingly, he goes, we've also hosted like the Mango Festival, which is a really, really big event. So he goes, we know how to facilitate like large scale like events, and we know how to do crowd control and everything. So he goes, we feel like we're really, really prepared. So I mean, yeah, if you were trying to get your shot maybe 3-4 months ago and you were sitting in line for a long time, or you had to answer like all these questions or everything, I mean, it's a completely different experience right now. I mean,
and I just
the
really
process is
wanna
being streamlined.
give a shout out to all of our village mayors and their staff. They've done just about everything. What have they not done right during this COVID response?
Because who was it? Mayor Melissa Savaris was saying, like, 2 weeks into the pandemic, she goes, and you asked her, and you said, have you, with everybody being locked down, she goes, well, that's not us. She goes, we've been hustling every single day,
delivering food, helping with the, like you said, the clinics, the
commodities are coming next week, guys.
Grab and go, all of that.
Yeah.
They have not stopped.
No, and you see them. You see them out there. They're very visible.
And also remember when the pandemic first started, just kind of looking back about a year and a half ago, I believe it was John Fernandez said, when they said they wanted to do the food commodities distribution at the schools, and he was telling his staff, he's like, guys, we have no idea how bad this might be, and I can't guarantee, that we might be infected. He said so many of his staffers are just like, boss, let's not dilly-dally. Tell me where I got to be. I got to take care of my community. This is why I signed up for this.
Right. Yeah.
I'm here to help protect my neighbors. So just give me a location, give me a time, and let me do my thing.
Yeah.
And that's such a wonderful thing to have in so many different aspects of our community, where people are going to go the extra mile and, just almost instinctively, just jump in the fight.
Yeah, I just feel like at this point, guys, I mean, it's totally reasonable it's just totally reasonable for anyone to say we need to do better, right? I mean, can't we say that? We need to do better. We do. We need to do better at reaching people. We need to do better with our messaging. We need to do better in providing access to the media, because we put the message out to the people. We just need to do better. It's 7:29. Let's go ahead and play. This is a great interview.
Something's coming up on Friday.
Yeah, Thursday.
Great Guam Shakeout, that's what we're talking about?
Oh, that's right, 21st. That's right. So 10:21 at 10:21 in the morning, right?
Yes, and this is, we love Great Guam Shakeout. Jay, how many times have you tried to fit under this table? Because it was in my radio days, I did a lot of Great Guam Shakeout, and it was in here, and I'd always go under this table.
Yeah. Well, at our age too, it's not so much drop, cover, and hold on.
Right.
It's when you're old farts like us, it's the getting back up part that's kind of strenuous. It's like, all right, it's 10:21, everybody. All right, drop, cover, and hold. Yeah, we took care of each other. It's like, all right, Chris, you can get out from under the table. Jace, come on up. And you hear that.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be my knees.
I worked out this morning. If I go under that table, I might not be able to get back up. I might just stay down there. Let me take a nap.
We'll just bring you your lunch.
Right. And so we do have Jenna Gamindi of Guam Homeland Security and Office of Civil Defense for a little more on the Great Guam Shakeout right here on the link. Good morning. Jenna, thanks for joining us. Well, it's that time of year again, the Great Guam Shakeout. So tell us, how are we going to be shaking out this year?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. We're really excited for the Great Guam Shakeout this year. It's happening on October 21st at 10:21 in the morning. We're encouraging the community to practice their earthquake procedure from wherever they are. So this is something that we do every year, and it's always on the third Thursday of October. This year it happens on 10/21, which is really exciting. October 21st, 2021 at 10:21 in the morning.
So how have you guys had to change it up in terms of because of the pandemic? How is the Great Guam Shakeout going to be this year? Is it going to be virtual?
Yeah, what's great about the Great Shakeout, just the drill itself, is that you can practice your earthquake procedure from wherever you are, and that's what we encourage. We don't have a big group that's meeting anywhere. It's really just making sure that you're aware of your earthquake procedure from wherever you are. For instance, for our office, we're all prepared to practice our drill from our desk and practice drop, cover, and hold on from where we are. The schools are great at this. They practice this drill every year. We get a lot of our participation numbers directly from the K through 12 schools. We're really grateful for that. So just having the students go out, practice their drill at their schools. Again, it happens on a Thursday in the morning, so we know that they're typically in session then, as well as businesses. They're able to practice their earthquake procedure, drop, cover, and hold on from wherever they are.
Jenna, with the, obviously earthquake preparedness, how crucial is this drill? Because I feel like most of us, when we go through an earthquake, we don't really drop, cover, and hold on. We kind of just sit there and wait for it to be over.
Yeah, myself, earthquakes are one of my biggest fears. So I was always running wherever I could, actually just jumping on the next person next to me. What we want to teach the community is that that's the worst thing to do. You don't want to be running around, hurting others around you. You definitely want to protect yourself. The most immediate action, drop, cover, and hold on. It's something that you have to train yourself to do. It's something that I had to train myself to do. So that way we're all prepared for when it does actually happen. This is not something that I knew, when I was a lot younger. I was around during the 93 earthquake, which was huge. I was really young then, and I wasn't as prepared as I am now. And now if a large earthquake had happened, I'd be more prepared. And this is something that we want to encourage the youth of our community. They've never experienced, if they haven't experienced a large devastating earthquake, anything over a 6.0 or something that we have seen in the past, it's important for them to know exactly what to do so that when it does happen, they're prepared for it. You want to limit your movement as much as possible.
What's the response been in terms of schools and kids signing up?
Yeah, so our registration online has been great this year. We have about a little over 36,000 participants registered right now. 30,000 of that actually comes from the K through 12 schools. What's great about the Shakeout is that it sends you a reminder. Once you register, it sends you a reminder each year, like, hey, the drill is coming up. So fortunately, the schools have been able to re-register for this year. So we're looking forward to seeing that type of participation from all of the students. We do have private nonprofit organizations that have signed up as well, government of Guam agencies, and even you can sign up as an individual or even as a family. It really counts towards Guam's numbers. People ask, what's the point of registering? It's great to showcase what Guam is doing. There are participants from all across the world as part of this drill. Even our brothers and sisters in CNMI, all across the world, there are participants. So it's great to show what Guam is doing to participate.
Jen, I know we do the shakeout and we get under the desk and all that stuff, but there are other elements to not just earthquake preparedness, but disaster preparedness. And tell us a little bit about the hazard hunt and creating that personal disaster plan.
Yeah, definitely. Right now we're so COVID centric. Everyone is really focused in on this pandemic, which is important. But what's equally as important is remembering that natural disasters can happen. They're going to happen. They will happen even during a pandemic. So it's equally important to prepare for these types of natural disasters, really any type of emergency. And some ways that you can do that are preparing your emergency preparedness kit, making sure that you have rations on hand for yourself and your family. And a really big one that people that people often don't think about is creating your emergency preparedness plan with your family. You can even do that as part of your work, making sure that everyone knows exactly what they should do. in the event of a large emergency or disaster. Because if it's not talked about and it's not practiced, people won't know what to do when there's a large event or emergency. So it's important to start practicing now, preparing your kit, making sure you're prepared, even during a pandemic.
Right, and I know it's got to present challenges when, like you said earlier, we haven't been through a significant, knock on wood, major earthquake. So a lot of these kids might not even know why we do this drill. I mean, same thing kind of with typhoons, right? I mean, knock on wood again, it's been a while since we've been through. So how do you kind of, I mean, your job, how do you message and communicate this to, especially when a big part of the population has never been through the very thing that we're preparing for?
Well, part of our initiative at GHS OCD is really whole community preparedness. We really rely heavily on everyone in the community. That includes the parents, the legal guardians, the people that are out there living with these children in their homes. We encourage the community to start talking to your family members now and start talking to the children about these different types of scenarios. Share with them your experiences from large disasters, from large earthquakes, from large typhoons, because we have been through them, especially if we're older. So really passing on that knowledge, it's something that our office really relies on, is just getting the community to start talking to the youth about these types of preparedness.
I just want to say thank you. You know, we've been wonderful partners throughout the years.
Yes.
Every disaster, I think, over the past decade or so. And it's been really a pleasure working with you, always informative and always inclusive. Just for the Great Guam Shakeout, you mentioned sharing. So how can people, if they're out there practicing the drill, what do they need to do to share their experience?
To me, it really starts within the household. So making sure you're talking to your family members about it. You know, if you're sitting around the dinner table and you have, thinking of things to talk about, I don't know how many times I've asked my daughter, how was school today? The answer is always good. Okay, let's shake it up a little bit. Let's start talking a little bit about, have you ever experienced an earthquake? What would you do if there was one at school? Start asking those questions about how you can prepare. So it's really starting in the household, as well as your workplace, and just those little community groups that you're in, even with your friends. If you frequent an area with your friend group a lot, what would you do if there was a large earthquake in that moment? There's always going to be that one friend, I'll raise my hand, who would be the one jumping on the person next to them and trying to protect themselves first. So it's just really about opening
That's
up
Jason
conversations.
around here. That's Jason Thomas.
It's really just about opening up those conversations and starting them and being the one to say, hey, these disasters can happen. What would we do?
Jenna, social media, really just a big part of everything we do. Is there a hashtag or something, a way people can kind of share this and promote that they're participating in this drill on social media?
Yeah, what's great about the Shakeout website is they provide all of these great resources. Their hashtags that they're using are Great Shakeout or Shakeout, just Shakeout alone. For GHS OCD, we've been promoting Great Guam Shakeout as a hashtag. A lot of our resources can be found on our website at ghs.guam.gov, as well as our social media, Facebook and Instagram. So if you're looking for information on the Shakeout, you can just go to shakeout.org/Guam. You can register to be a participant there. There are so many great manuals that they have on their website for businesses, for schools, really telling people how you can prepare as an organization. So the Shakeout website is shakeout.org/Guam, and you can register through there.
All right, well, Jenna, we definitely appreciate it. Like Bree said, I mean, we've partnered with you. I mean, I don't know how many little cute Great Guam Shakeout videos I've done. There's been a few. I might have a little harder time fitting under the desk nowadays, but Jenna, we definitely appreciate you swinging by and helping us get the word out about the Great Guam Shakeout.
Thank you so much. We feel the same way. Thank you for helping us get the word out. We appreciate you guys, and we look forward to hearing it. I know you guys usually air it at exactly 10:21. It's kind of a daunting noise, but it's great to hear it on your station. So thank you so much.
Of course,
Thanks,
Jenna.
Jenna.
We'll see you.
Stay safe.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Got a question about your finances? You've come to the right place. bring all your accounts together, even those that aren't with us, and see the big picture, right down to the smallest detail. Unlock powerful tools like Insights and MoneyMap that help you save time and take control of your finances. When you connect accounts with the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
GU Self Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday for the latest sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink airs every Friday across the multi-platforms of KUAM. Tune in to the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live stream through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram page. SportsLink is brought to you by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale. See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
The Culture Club returns to KUAM Digital and KUAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Chamorro culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KUAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentation, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications. Learn about people and organizations making a difference in our community on the greater good every Wednesday during The Link. Building awareness, promoting events, generating change. Find inspiration to seek out the greater good every Wednesday. Listen, watch, stream. Miss The Link? Miss a lot. Presented by Jay Goodman, a happiness company, and Guam Windward Memorial. Celebrate life.
The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now. The Totomotna Tales. October on the KUAM Podcast Network.
Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge. All you have to do is listen to The Link during the month of October, and when prompted, call 671-637-0094 with the answer to the Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge. Winner will receive a gift certificate from our participating pizza parlors and a 12-pack of Pepsi, brought to you locally by Pepsi.
All right, welcome back to the Link 747. You get a little bit of everything on this show. Good morning. Let's
a special unplanned remote camera right now. Let's go all the way out.
Let's go all the way out
via Zoom, all the way out to our lobby.
Where
about 17 feet away.
Sabrina's standing by with Auntie Agnes and Auntie Bernie. Hi, Bree.
Hi, guys. As you mentioned, we're with Auntie Agnes and Auntie Bernie. Say hello. Hi. And thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Last week they delivered some treats to us from Saipan, and they're back here at our station. What do you have for us?
It's a banana cake or whatever you want to call it.
But look at it. Look
Very
at it.
good. It's different from the regular banana.
Who made it?
She did.
Oh, yes, in the Roscoe, when we ate it last week, it was so good.
Recipe. Yeah.
Nice. Banana bread?
Yeah, banana
fresh
bread.
out of the oven.
Oh,
look at
that. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And I wanted to also, I want to present you guys with some Denancy. I made this. It's called Shroom. There's some dondi, there's ghost pepper, there's mushroom garlic, and I want to give you an.
Thank you
Auntie
so
Agnes
much.
wants to
Thank
try
you
it.
so
Right
much. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Nancy, so enjoy
Good,
this
Nancy.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
I just want to tell my doctor I'm not going to eat any of this.
It's okay, I am.
There you go. Viva CNMI! Viva!
Thank you, guys. Also making more Roscoe.
Wow.
Okay. What else do you like? What?
No, the Roscoe was good. I
Okay,
really
we'll
like
make
that.
that
Was
recipe.
the first time I tried it. And I was like,
Really?
whoa.
I know that you put butter and you put in your coffee, but
I just ate it. I was like, oh, wow. And then I put butter when I got it.
Yeah. Different from the regular.
Yeah.
Right? Our mother used to
Yeah.
make a whole lot of
It's
the big one. The big one, you know, we slice it up.
It was good. Thank you so much.
Here you are and enjoy.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, my goodness.
You guys enjoyed that. That's the best one.
Yeah.
tried
I'm allergic to penicillin. That's why, sometimes you can't be silly.
Yeah. Well, I think he does. I don't know.
Yeah, Bree, don't worry. I'll take care of that off break.
He said he'll take care of it.
Guys, 7:50. We're going to take a quick break. And thank you so much to Auntie Agnes and Auntie Bernie. I got to go check that banana bread real quick, and we'll take a break. We're coming back with the Guam Election Commission. Acting Executive Director Elizabeth Santos right here on The Link. Good morning.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Want a better look at your spending? With MoneyMap, you can automatically create budgets and manage where your money is going. Know when you have a green light, or when it's time to slow down. Maybe cook more meals at home this week. Set your goals, track your progress, and find your way to exactly where you want to be. With MoneyMap from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. It all starts with yes.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapaco with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream, Viva Isla!
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KOAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KOAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KOAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
Love this song. Rage Esteves, Bulanta. That's Chris Boomer. The right time. Yeah, shoot your shot, bro. YOLO, it's a pandemic. 7:55, Wednesday, October 20th. Miss a link, miss a lot. Wow. Banana bread.
Thank you, Auntie Agnes.
Thank you so much. I had to ask Auntie Agnes, how come Dr. Cabrera is so skinny when you're such a good baker? She said, I make their own healthy. That's awesome. Thank you, Auntie Agnes, Auntie Bernie from the NMI, just fostering inter-island relations in the hope that our elected leaders follow suit.
You're all about goodwill.
That's all I'm trying to do here.
Through baked goods.
Yes, thank you. So that, today maybe it's Auntie Agnes and Auntie Bernie breaking bread with us by giving us banana bread. And who knows, maybe tomorrow it's Governor Lou and Governor Ralph sitting down and Governor Lou saying, hey, what are you guys doing up there that's working so good? Who knows? Let's be positive. 7:56, Wednesday, October 20th. Let's head into the KUAM News Zoom room. Standing by the acting executive director of the Guam Election Commission, Elizabeth Santos. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
So yesterday was the deadline for the financial disclosure reports to be filed by our government officials. Do you have any update? Did everybody meet the extension deadline?
Everyone met the extension deadline. So what happens now is we prepare certifications that all the public officials filed. We transmit that to the public officials, and then we also transmit those certifications and the filed reports to the Guam Ethics Commission.
How many total have to file? Because it seems like it's a lot.
For the financial disclosure statements, it was 126.
Total?
Yes, total. So a lot of them filed before the April deadline, and then those who requested for an extension in April filed up until yesterday. I think the last one we received was probably around 4:45.
Wow, who is that?
I don't recall right now.
Right on. So I think
There was a lot of names yesterday
Right.
coming in. Our login book, our sign-in book at the counter hasn't seen so many names in a while.
Wow. What do you think it was, Sabette? I mean, is this normal in a normal year to have this many people ask for an extension?
Oh, yeah, it's pretty normal because, a lot of the first deadline falls in line usually with the tax deadline. So those who file for extensions for their taxes usually ask us for an extension so that they can prepare everything and then turn it in later on in the year.
Has there ever been a time when a public official refused to file or was in noncompliance?
Yeah.
Not since I've been here, I don't think. Eventually everyone files, whether it's by the first deadline or the extension deadline.
Wait, there was I want to say, did we cover that? BVMR, Lester Carlson, he didn't file, and what happened with that?
If I'm remembering correctly, at that time he was an acting director of BVMR, and so there was a little bit of back and forth as to whether or not he had to file. But eventually he did file with us. So
Like you said, they always file in the end.
Well, there is a provision in the law about failing to file. So I'm sure that's motivation enough for people to file before the deadline.
Let's talk
or by
about
the deadline.
that provision in the law. What does it say?
It basically says that the GEC reports those names to the Attorney General for appropriate action for anyone who either failed to report or if there is some kind of question that they knowingly filed a false report. But since everyone filed and since GEC is really only the repository, like we go through the forms with the officials that ask us for help. We make sure that what they're reporting is kind of reported in the correct section. They're not over-reporting. And so we haven't had anyone where we really think they filed a false report. And so since everyone met the deadline, we haven't transmitted any names to the Attorney General.
Oh, there you
All right.
go. Is that it? That's it?
Any other deadlines coming up?
The next deadline for us really is December 31st. That's a supplemental election campaign contributions and expenditures report for any candidate who had a deficit or a surplus on their last report. But we're also encouraging those who are interested in running for the 2022 election to come to our office to either file an organizational report that would allow them to spend and receive in excess of $250, or to at least kind of ask us for any documents that we can give them to start the process for 2022. We're hoping to get more volunteer voter registrars. That application is on our website, and people can also call in to request an application. And when they turn in those applications, we then will schedule a training so we can get more volunteer registrars in the community to get everyone registered for the next election.
So, Matt, has there been any new org reports filed for any new campaign committees or anything?
No new ones. Still only 2 for 2022. The committee to re-elect Leon Guerrero Tenorio and also the committee to re-elect Senator James Moylan.
All right. Sabette, thank you so much. I can see you're still unpacking over there at your new place, your new humble adobo.
Yes, we are still unpacking, trying to decorate and get it ready for Maria when she comes back.
Yeah, because
we hope everything's unpacked by then.
Let me tell you, Miss Maria has an awesome collection of just like Chamorro culture memorabilia. I mean, if you've been in her office, you just see the stuff she has hanging on the wall, from like rosary beads to just everything.
Yep.
Thank you, Sabette.
Thanks,
Thank
Sabette.
you for having me.
Okay.
Have a good day.
I mean, thanks,
too.
Elizabeth.
No.
Bye.
Hey, it's 8:01. The link continues on KUAM TV on the Breeze side, though. We're KUAM FM, Agotni, Guam, but KUAM TV, here we come. Good morning. Wednesday. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
What's up, Jason Solis? How you doing today? We haven't really heard from you much today.
Well, you know how how when people when they
Here we
chat
go.
with each other, when they'll say hey what's up BB, short for baby.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, BB for me now it only means banana bread.
That's it. Yeah.
So when you say hey what's up BB, it's like hey where's the banana bread that Auntie Agnes and Auntie Bernie brought?
What was her? What did her recipe look like, Bree? Take it out. Come on, let me see it.
Is it dark banana bread or lighter? 'Cause
Sabrina's trying to keep it closed. Pretty soon that's gonna be under the table. Then it's gonna be in Jigo.
Oh, and it's in the tin. Oh, look at that.
Oh my God.
That looks good.
That's keto, right?
No, that's for. What did she say that she makes the healthy stuff for
For
Felix?
kids. And for us,
For
she
Dr.
put-
Felix.
She put
We
5
got
sticks
the
of
good,
butter.
good.
YOLO. We're too late to care about that kind of stuff.
Smells good.
Smells really good.
Mm.
Wow. You make banana bread, Bree?
I've tried.
Me too.
Your banana bread is quite good, Chris.
That really looks
Yeah,
great.
but
That looks
that's-
moist.
That's pro level.
Yep. Sometimes my banana bread turns out like banana ruschetti.
And for the news team, don't worry, she made some for y'all.
That's right. Yeah, because she commented, if you guys follow the show, she commented in yesterday on Facebook Live, and she said, hey, how many of you guys are there? So I make sure I bring enough. And you know me, your boy was like, oh, there's 40 of us here. There's 40 of us. Yep. Yep. Tomas, don't worry, we'll save you one. Tomas Magolnia coming up from the CNMI. Where are you at, well, boy?
I'm at right across the Ada Gym in Susupi. This is also where some of the micro games will be happening. Pacific game next year.
Tomas, I have played at that gym.
So
It's a
nice.
fantastic athletic facility and everything. And the best part about it is when we would have like volleyball tournaments in Saipan, we'd go up there and play, walk right across the street, and you have like a crazy NMI barbecue.
How do you
Yeah,
say
I
it?
mean,
Susupi?
Susupi.
Yep. You put the susu in Susupi.
Yesterday, I know we were showing you quarantine, so wanted to bring you some common serenity today from Saipan.
Wow, beautiful scene.
Some calming serenity.
We're really excited.
And by the way, everybody, that is not a virtual background. That is Mother Nature in all of her splendor. All Tomas has to do is just stand in front and press connect to
Take
Zoom.
off your shoes, Tomas, and roll up your pants and do it from the water. All right. It's 8:04.
Thanks, Tomas.
Let's get into our 8 o'clock newscast brought to you by Pacific Points with the very latest from the KUAM news team. Sabrina Salas Matanani, good morning.
Off it, everybody. The island recorded 3 more COVID-19 related fatalities. According to the Joint Information Center, the 224th COVID-19 related fatality occurred at GRMC on October 6th. The patient was a 67-year-old man. He was partially vaccinated with underlying health conditions. He had tested positive on September 25th. The 225th was pronounced dead on arrival at GRMC on October 13th. The patient was a 62-year-old woman. She also was partially vaccinated, also with underlying health conditions. She tested positive on the 13th. The 226th COVID-19 related fatality occurred at GRMC on the 19th. The patient was a 53-year-old man. He was unvaccinated with underlying health conditions and tested positive on the 5th. The JIC also reporting 50 people are hospitalized for COVID-19. Additionally, there are 3 pediatric admissions, totaling now 53 hospitalizations. 12 patients are receiving ICU level of care, while 7 are on a ventilator. The JIC also reporting that out of the 50 hospitalized patients, 22 are vaccinated, 29 are unvaccinated, 1 is ineligible to receive a shot. Public Health reports 163 new cases of COVID. That is out of 1,365 tests performed on October 18th. 61 cases were identified through contact tracing. To date, there have been a total of 17,154 officially reported cases of COVID. Again, 226 deaths. 2,722 people are in active isolation, while there have been 14,206 of our neighbors who have recovered. The CAR score continuing to drop. It is now at 17.5. To date, a total of 122,376. That's 89.79% of Guam's eligible population is fully vaccinated. Meanwhile, the Guam Department of Education on Tuesday reported 9 new COVID-19 cases among students and staff. GDOE confirming 6 student cases. They were identified at Estumbo Elementary School, 2 there. Daniel L. Perez Elementary School, 1. Finnegan Elementary School, 1. And Untalon Middle School 2 cases. GDOE also reported 3 employee cases. They were identified at Estumbo Elementary School and 2 at Daniel L. Perez Elementary. Village booster clinics continue today at the Huggett Gym. Not only will the vaccine and booster shots be given there, but COVID testing will be available as well. The clinic will run from 8:30 in the morning to 1:30 this afternoon. Walk-ins are welcomed, but appointments are highly encouraged. Vaccination cards and a valid ID are required to get the shot. The New York Times is reporting that the FDA is on the verge of allowing people to get different COVID-19 booster shots than their original COVID vaccinations. The move is of particular interest for people with those who received the Johnson & Johnson vaccine after one small study showed those people had higher immune responses when they got a second dose from the Moderna or Pfizer vaccines. Skylar Henry has more.
The FDA could be set to approve the mix and match use of COVID-19 vaccines as booster shots.
I think what the FDA is going to say is they're going to make it easy. You can get a different booster if you want, but we're going to recommend staying with the same brand if you can.
The New York Times reports the move could come as soon as Wednesday, and an FDA spokesperson confirms the agency has the power to make the authorization if it feels it's needed.
In the real world, all these kind of combinations or extra boosters are already happening. So I think it's a matter of some urgency.
An FDA official hinted at the move during a hearing Friday, where an independent advisory committee approved a second dose for people with the Johnson & Johnson vaccine.
Dr. Marks, is it possible that there might be an EUA down the road, not necessarily right away, about the whole mix and match strategy? I would say it's possible. That's all I wanted to hear.
The FDA approval for booster shots comes as tensions are on the rise for a minority of Americans who are holding out from getting their first vaccine doses. Thousands protested in California Monday, saying kids should not be kicked out of the classroom because they're unvaccinated.
I am vaccinated, but I do think that people should have a choice on whether they get vaccinated or not, because the vaccine has been out for that long.
And in Chicago, the city has begun placing some police officers on unpaid leave for failing to update their vaccine status. Those officers could eventually be fired. Skylar Henry, CBS News, Silver Spring, Maryland.
With more news now, here's Daniel Perez.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Hafre and good morning, everyone. I'm Daniel Perez with your headlines here on The Link. The AG's office confirms that an autopsy was performed and completed over the weekend in the ongoing death investigation involving Jaron Wallbacher. According to AG spokesperson Carlina Charfaris, the AG's office is reviewing the findings of the forensic autopsy and is reviewing all additional information provided to prosecutors. As required by law, the Office of the Attorney General must present its case to a grand jury or hold a preliminary hearing 10 days after a confined defendant is initially charged. Wallbacher died after an altercation that occurred in the early morning hours of Saturday, October 9th, outside King's Restaurant in Tamuning. Arrested were 31-year-old Fia Tagali Aki, 22-year-old John M. Maliaga, and 36-year-old Joseph Tekedi. Maliaga was charged with aggravated assault and assault, while Aki was charged with assault. Tekedi was booked and released for criminal facilitation. Following a magistrate's hearing last week, bail was set at $25,000 for Maliaga, while Aki was released on a $2,000 personal recognizance bond. Both are scheduled to appear before presiding Judge Alberto La Morena this Thursday, October 21st, for a preliminary hearing. And any product shortages on local grocery store shelves aren't because of shipping delays. That's the word from the head of Matson, who says any temporarily out-of-stock items are more the result of global supply chain disruptions. Here's more.
Matson's Bernie Valencia says their container vessels haven't been subject to the backlog of thousands of ships over the last 2 weeks at West Coast ports.
We have dedicated terminals. Matson ships come into our terminals. Our terminals only work Matson ships, so our ships come in and out of there into Long Beach and Oakland, into Hawaii and Guam on time almost all the time.
She says it's hard to say how full each arriving container is, but she believes due to global supply chain disruptions, local wholesalers and retailers may not be getting all the inventory they want.
It is true. The suppliers aren't necessarily filling all the orders. Someone might order 1,000 cases of Yoplait yogurt or whatever it might be, and they might only get a certain allocation.
Another factor is simply growing global demand.
A large part of it is the congestion from Asia to Long Beach. There's been a surge in the consumer demand. A lot of people are spending more. A lot of people are ordering more stuff online. You know, when you speak to a lot of our customers, retailers and wholesalers, they tell you there's no shortage of turkeys or there's no shortage of other things going on in the States. It will come here whenever their suppliers can get it to them. So if there's any advice that they might tell you is if you do see it in the store, buy it, but you don't need to hoard, right? Just know that eventually no need to hoard and be scared because the ships will come every week on time.
Some early advice as we soon head into the holiday shopping season. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
And GDOE plans to implement their first phase of the COVID-19 screening testing plan by next Monday. The first phase is for unvaccinated employees. Deputy Superintendent of Operations Erica Cruz says that guidance meetings are taking place on the plan of action for COVID-19 testing for its employees.
Heads to provide them guidance on what to do. We currently have, I believe, 114 employees that have been trained to be tested. We also have 6 employees from our facilities and maintenance who have been trained by the Guam Memorial Hospital to dispose of the biohazard materials that will be coming out of our obviously of the test from the test kits.
She noted that GDOE has enough test kits to begin the testing next week, and COVID-19 testing is an added layer of protection to help mitigate the spread of infection of the virus on school campuses. As of last Wednesday, about 88.5% of GDOE employees are fully vaccinated against the virus. And more than 90% of the island's goods pass over the port's docks, meaning they have quite the job to do. And despite the COVID-19 pandemic, it has remained 100% operational, providing goods and supplies to our island communities. Here's more.
1 week out of the year is dedicated to Port Authority employees to celebrate their hard work and their dedication. This year marks the 46th year of celebrating Port Week. General Manager Rory Respicio shares what Port Week is all about.
Generally, it's to also ask the community to recognize how the port employees go above and beyond, particularly during this pandemic, to stay 100% operational, to ensure that 90% of the goods coming into the island that come to the port are still on the shelves.
To further celebrate Port Week as a way of saying thank you to all the employees, a special lunch will be held later in the week.
What we're doing for our employees this year is we're going to have a lunch on Thursday, but even the lunch is going to be COVID compliant. The caterer is going to dish out the food, and we want to at least give our employees a meal, right? They always say when you celebrate, you break bread.
That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KOAM News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Daniel Perez, let's head into the KUAM News Zoom room where we're going to go all the way to the NMI. Get your negative test ready, guys. Tomas Manglotnia joins us from the shores of Saipan. Good morning, Tomas.
Good morning, Link family. Reporting live again here on Saipan, right across the Ada Gym and here on the beach in Susupi, where the Pacific Games, the micro games, will be held next year. The sign across the street says 240 more days until that happens. So I'm sure we'll bring you that when it does happen. But just wanted to provide some of the latest news happening here in the CNMI. As we reported last night, former Guam Senator Will Castro is linked to some of the documents that the Legislative Committee investigating Governor Ralph Torres here in Saipan found. And yesterday they issued they approved a subpoena for former Guam Senator Will Castro in his capacity as a former Guam senator and not as the chief of staff. So we ran the story last night, earlier this morning. We wanted to share the extended interview with the JGO committee chairwoman, Selena Arababata. Here's more of that interview from the legislature yesterday.
All right, Chair, we just wanted to ask you the motivation behind approving the subpoena for Will Castro to appear before the committee.
The reason for that is because Will Castro's name appears on the governor's documents that we have, including reimbursement memos that the governor has sought reimbursement for. Also, in many of the governor's travels, his name appears on his travel. So that is while I can't divulge much information, that is the reason and the motivation for issuing a subpoena to Mr. Will Castro.
So this pertains to the reimbursement?
And other things.
What dates does this go back to?
Between 2015 and 2019.
And this was while he was a sitting senator?
That is correct. So he's being subpoenaed in his position as a former sitting senator.
But not
as a chief of staff.
Okay.
And, I mean, I can't help but notice the timing in terms of him starting the position here as chief of staff.
We have always discussed it as a committee. It's just that he wasn't physically present here. And our subpoena powers are limited to the Commonwealth of the Northern Marianas.
I know that he's here now.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
He was never previously here physically, so we couldn't issue a subpoena to him.
And it looks like Russ Garber's argument of testimonial immunity might also apply to Will Castro himself now, but even though
we do not see that. This is certainly not, related to his position as a chief of staff. He hasn't occupied that position, over a period of time. We are asking him about his position in 2015 and 2019 to 2019.
In his capacity,
yes,
what capacity that he has during
senator.
this time?
And you've also approved the subpoena for the governor, but haven't executed that.
No.
You approved this subpoena. When do you plan to execute it?
After everybody has been called in, that we see fit to call in before the governor.
So in next month, December, January?
We're looking at November.
So he will be the last witness?
Yes, as with even a court trial, you don't bring in the perpetrator or alleged perpetrator until you have laid all your evidence, and that will make our case.
And of course, we did reach out to former Guam Senator Will Castro, who is, as we've been reporting, the current chief of staff for the CNMI Governor Rolf Torres. He is yet to respond. We also reached out to Kevin Bautista, who's the press secretary for the office of the governor, and we're still awaiting a statement from them. I wanted to switch gears a little bit and talk about the quote-unquote quarantine escape that happened at the Kanoa Resort with the CNMI returning resident, David Butterfield, who, as last we checked, is still at quarantine in Kanoa. He went ahead and went to Facebook last night. He wanted to share his statement that he shared with the CNMI community. He goes, instead of sending the same reply out 1,000 times, he's going to post it there. He says, quote, as promised to do in the original post around 9 p.m. Sunday, I left Kanoa. I took the elevator down and walked out the front door without anybody stopping me. He writes, I was arrested yesterday and charged with obstruction of justice, public nuisance for leaving quarantine early, despite the fact that I have already recovered from COVID and tested negative twice, 5 days apart. Hopefully my case will manifest with some change for the CNMI. He ends there saying, I'm currently being held at Kanoa again. I have not been taken to see a judge. I have not been appointed a lawyer. And it's been almost 36 hours since my arrest. He writes in closing, thank you for all the messages of support. And we were supposed to have an interview this morning with the COVID-19 Task Force Chair, Warren Villagomez. That was rescheduled to tomorrow. And of course, the CNMI weekly press conference is held at 8 a.m. tomorrow. And this will be one of the first questions we ask is what's next steps? And also the question that Bree asked yesterday, how was this able to happen in the first place over at the quarantine facility? And also just wanted to share that in just over 2 hours, we'll be over at the CNMI legislature, where Precinct 3 special election winner Karina Magofnia will be sworn in, will be turned from representative to elect to now representative of Precinct 3 in the House of Representatives. And if you're wanted to also share a bit of breaking news overnight, Congressman Gregorio Kilili Sablan announcing over on Facebook after the Democrats held a press conference yesterday here in the NMI. He says, Today, I'm announcing my decision to run for delegate again. It is in Congress I can best serve to make the lives of the people of the Northern Marianas better. That is the work I will continue to do for you if you so choose on Election Day next year. Of course, this coming not so much as a surprise, I guess to some, as he's taken a few weeks and many have anticipated his announcement whether or not he'll be running for governor next year or if he'll be running for re-election. Today, he's making clear he's running for re-election for his NMI delegate seat. And it's something, and it's still unknown if he's going to run as an independent or if he's going to run as a Democrat. And something that Nola Hicks, the party chair, shared yesterday at the press briefing was that for the gubernatorial field, they've already talked to at least five interested individuals who might want to run for governor here in the CNMI, of course, just a year out from that election. So wanted to just share those few updates here from Saipan.
Thanks, Tomas.
Thank you, Tomas.
Yeah, and I think we wanted to do our daily question.
Yeah, of course we do. Yes.
Yeah, we asked yesterday. We asked the question: where do you think the island's new state-of-the-art healthcare complex should be built? Wanted to share a few responses that we got over Instagram. One commenter saying, why not build at the original site where the old DMH used to be, Cliff area close to the Hilton Hotel? This commenter says, I remember being a patient there and looking out the window to the ocean view sure helped the healing process. Hope some of you remember that area. Someone writing they would like the new complex to be located centrally. Someone says somewhere where it can be equally accessed by the people from the south and the north. And jumping over to our Facebook comments, Austin commenting, I'm from the north. I'd say given the distance between the hospitals to have a fair spread, given naval is technically only available to military independence, I'd say Zonia as a midway point. Martina on Facebook commenting right after, it is all right to build a hospital on land cleared from trees, debris, and no debt pending on the land. And the last comment that we got on there that we wanted to share with you from Malia on Facebook writing, in the South, there are a lot of facilities in the North and Central. In the South, all they have is the Inalaha and Public Health. I know they might not like it, but it is needed, especially for our elders that live in the South. And so that was our daily question from yesterday that got lots of comments there and people commenting, replying to each other. If you want to read that, that's across our Instagram and Facebook. And today, of course, we'll have our new daily question that will be asking about quarantine protocols in the CNMI, and that will be posted at 10 p.m. And if you missed that, that will also be shared at 6 on primetime, guys.
Thank you, Tomas.
Thanks so much.
Thanks, Tomas.
Are you going to go swimming now?
No, I'm going to head up to the legislature for the swearing in.
All right. There you go. Tomas McGlutner, the KUAF News team, all the way live from the CNMI. Let's keep it in the KUAF News Zoom room, shall we? And go to the Director of Marketing for CPL, Angela La Rosario, because IT&E, which is a company under the CPL umbrella, so generously has donated data services, right, La? And thanks for joining us. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. So we've donated tablets and data services to both GRMC and GMH to help with the families during this pandemic. The services and tablets were donated since last year. However, it was only supposed to be for a few months, but not knowing, when we're going to get out of this situation, and with everything that's gotten a lot worse, I think we wanted to make sure that people were still able to communicate with their family. We've got an increase in hospital stays. We've got an increase in ICU admittance. So yeah, we decided let's extend it. Family members can't be with their family to comfort them. So at least they've had this communication that we can provide at no cost to the hospitals at all or to the families.
And this donation is pretty significant. I mean, we're talking thousands of dollars is being, donated to support our frontliners.
Yeah, so it's a total of $20,000 total dollars that we've donated in services and tablets. So yeah, it's a pretty significant amount, and of course, we're willing to do everything and anything to help our island, help our consumers, help those families that just can't stay in touch. You know, it's heartbreaking to not be able to be with your family members when they need you. And at least this gives them some like way of seeing how they're doing, talking to them, communicating with them, comforting them. I'm sure it's pretty lonely in the hospital, and when you can't see or talk to your family members, it's hard on you. It takes a mental toll. You're already going through this physically and mentally, it's the most we can do.
Right, La. I mean, we actually took a tour of the hospital a few weeks back, and they were just really talking about how valuable these tablets are, and I'm not just the nurses communicating with the patients, but like you said, the patients being able to communicate with their families, which is something that we didn't have early on in the pandemic. So this donation is just so crucial, and really, I think, indicative of our Inafat Maulik spirit, La.
Agree. It's not just for the patients. I know a lot of nurses and doctors, they're staying overtime, trying to really help with the pandemic, help with the patients there. A lot of them don't get to go home, right on time, like their regular schedule. So it also helps them still stay in touch with their families, their kids. Some kids are still doing distance learning. It's hard for them to really keep in touch with them. So it benefits the patients, it benefits the staff. We want to do our parts to at least keep people connected.
Well, La, we really appreciate you coming on and just being able to share this bit of good news with us. As of course, TPL and ITNE, both big parts of our Link family of sponsors. So we definitely appreciate the great things you're doing in the community, La.
Thank you. Anytime, we're always there to help out the community when they need us.
Thank you.
Thanks, La.
Thanks, guys.
All
Be
right.
safe.
That's
Wear your mask. Wash your hands.
Wash your fat.
Yes, please.
Hey, it's 8:29.
That is the unofficial 11th commandment, right? That is the unofficial 11th commandment.
Yeah. Always good advice.
Yeah.
Grandma used to say. Hey, it's 8:29. We're going to take a quick break, and we're coming back with more of The Link next. Good morning.
Breast cancer is the second leading cause of cancer death in women. The chances that a woman will die of breast cancer is about 1 in 38. Although there is no sure way to prevent breast cancer, there are certain things that you can do, such as eat healthier and exercise. For more information about breast cancer, go to the American Cancer Society's website at cancer.org. Also, on October 22nd, we invite you to think pink by wearing the color pink on that day in solidarity of our breast cancer survivors and warriors.
This pink message is brought to you in partnership with Ordot Dental Clinic, joining the fight against cancer in honor of brave warriors, survivors, and their families. Island Cancer Center and American Cancer Society. This holiday season, we're once again bringing together the island's largest array of local vendors for a special innovative way for you to shop, broadcast, and go digital with Team KUAM. Join us on Sunday, November 28th for the annual Christmas Pops Virtual Holiday Market at 12 noon on KUAM TV8 and the KUAM News Facebook page, plus additional show times through December 11th. We'll also be featuring vendors daily with posts with QR codes and links on our social media pages beginning Monday, November 29th, and hosting an exclusive Christmas Pops website for your one-stop shopping. It's a safe and convenient way for you to shop local this holiday season. To reserve your spot, email promotions@kuam.com today. Virtual space is limited.
The Totomotna Tales. October on the KUAM Podcast Network.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down, because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, where you get smart insights into your finances so you can make smart decisions with your money. With a daily personalized feed, you can compare your monthly income to spending. That's better. Discover where your money is actually going. You might be surprised. See what's essential and what isn't. The more you use the app, the smarter it gets. With insights from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
Where the past comes back to life, I fight fear for the selfish pain. It was worth it every time. Hold still right before we crash, 'cause we both know how this ends. A clock ticks till it breaks your glass, and I drown in you again. 'Cause you are the piece of me I wish I didn't need. Chasing relentlessly, still fighting, I don't know why. If I were loved, the tragedy, why are you my remedy? If I were loved, insanity, why are you my clarity?
Hey, good morning, 8:34. Right here on the link. It's Wednesday, October 20th, year of the COVID 2021. Hear ye, hear ye. WM Engineering Services, LLC, has an immediate job opportunity in Tamuning, Guam for the following position: mechanical engineer. Perform engineering duties in the planning and designing of heating, ventilation, and air conditioning, HVAC, and fire protection systems for commercial, industrial, U.S. military, and government projects. Confirm system and product capabilities by designing feasibility and testing methods. Recommend design modifications to eliminate system malfunctions. Investigate equipment failures to diagnose faulty operation. Proficient in the use of engineering and design computer programs such as AutoCAD, Revit, and Trace 700. Applicants must have a BS degree in mechanical engineering and 2 years verifiable work experience as a mechanical engineer in the design of HVAC, fire protection, and plumbing systems. Drug testing and background check are required. If interested, please submit your resumes by mail to WM Engineering Services, LLC, attention, William G. Miller Jr., P.O. Box 392, Agatnia, Guam, 96932. And that was a word from WM Engineering. Good morning, yeah, Jay, go for it.
Also, real quick, Refresh Guam, as you know, the island's newest digital hub, and they're on Instagram and Facebook and waiting in cyberspace for you to follow them, as they have truly local content and daily giveaways.
Refresh Guam, truly local.
All right, 8:36. The link. Let's head into the KUAM News Zoom room here for our Wednesday update. The Guam Department of Education Superintendent John Fernandez. Good morning, John. Thanks for joining us.
Hopefully, good morning. Happy Wednesday. I think this will be a good one. It's easy because we just had our board meeting last night, so everything's fresh. So coming into
all right, get ready. Here comes that fresh. We got that fresh.
Yeah, no, I just, again, every month in our regular board meeting, I do an update for the board. So it's similar to what we do on a weekly basis.
Right.
So, you guys are doing your public service as well. Last night, we did have a board meeting. I was able to talk, give everybody an update of our current situation. And as you know, we are, open for in-person instruction, but we've been operating in cohorts simply to address some of the physical distancing concerns that, we had coming back to in-person learning during during this most recent surge What's good to note is that, we do see, as we watch the trends, we do see the number of cases, even though they're still high, they're on a downward trend, and we still see the positivity, the positivity rate actually moved from a high risk to a substantial risk level, which is a lower risk level, based on the community numbers. So again, we're hoping that those numbers continue to decline because we are still evaluating, looking for opportunities to bring all of our students back to school. Again, that's good news. We will be putting our dashboard out today to update our community about not just those trends, but the updated numbers in terms of new cases that we're seeing in the schools. I think what we noted last week, and which we still are standing by with, is that in our conversation with public health, we have, there still doesn't seem to be any issues with spread or transmission of COVID-19 at the school sites. What is interesting is that, again, I think I mentioned this last time, is that when we do get reports, sometimes contact tracing, or many times, most times, contact tracing is not needed because a lot of the cases that are out there today are coming from the households. And what we're seeing is that those households are already in quarantine prior to the students identifying or testing as positive. So when it comes down to saying, okay, when would they have been infectious? When were they last at the school site? Many of the kids and cases that we're seeing, they've already been in quarantine prior to, actually being a positive case. So that really, I'd like to say that, that's really, goes to I give to the credit of, I guess, public health in terms of really clarifying the protocols for what happens when you do have a positive case in close contacts. And also, I think kudos to parents, I think who, not just in following the law and the rules, but also, keeping their kids home. As we mentioned, that's, if your kids are symptomatic, if you feel or think that they're sick, that they're not acting the same, and you're keeping them home instead of sending them to school in order to just make sure that they're okay. I mean, that's exactly what we are encouraging and hoping to see more of, because, we don't want to see any cases emanate from within a classroom to other students, to employees, and so forth. So I do want to just, recognize that. I think that is one of the things that's contributing to limiting any cases in schools, and we want to just reemphasize that. So thank you, parents and guardians, for your help. In addition to schools being back, I know you've heard that our sports seasons have commenced. So I went to our first football game at JFK versus Southern, just to be able to observe the protocols, cheer on the teams. So, it looks, it definitely doesn't look normal because there's a lot of protocols to get in, to be on the list of pre-approved, spectators, because there are spectator limits per participant. But, again, just everybody wearing their masks, cheering their kids on, distancing, and so forth. So we're glad to be able to offer, the sports competition under those circumstances. So football's begun. I believe 2 days ago, volleyball, girls volleyball began, and then cross country began yesterday as well. So those are the three sports that are underway, and we do plan to continue with the sports seasons under the current public health guidance and executive orders. We are looking into the possibility of aligning interscholastic sports with organized sports, which looks at the vaccination, requires spectators to be vaccinated to be able to go to the games or to show a negative weekly test. And we're looking at that if it allows more spectators, to attend, because we know parents, grandparents, guardians all want to join. So we'll continue to work on that and update folks as we get there. But overall, what we're trying to get back to, even though we're in this interim stage, we do really want to emphasize and remind everybody that our goal is to get back to 5 days of instruction for all students. And even though we right now, due to the status of the pandemic, there still are a lot of concerns about what happens if you bring everybody back to campus at one time. We still are in active discussion as to how to approach that. So one of the interesting points of our talk last night with the board is that we do, based on everything we're hearing from CDC, from the national news and so forth, we're expecting the possible approval of a vaccine for students who are 12 or under the age of 12. And based on the parent feedback, we do get some concerns at the larger, older student level. But most of the concerns that we get are from elementary school parents who say, because there isn't a vaccine available, we're not comfortable sending our kids to school or having them return, to a full 5 days of instruction. And some parents have just come out and said, once the vaccine is approved, we're going to get our kids to be vaccinated, and then we'll be fine. But until then, we're really sorry. We don't feel safe. So, we're really looking forward to that announcement, because once that announcement comes out, I think we can set a harder timeline about when we think, there will be sufficient time for students to be vaccinated, and then, set hopefully a goal of returning all students back to school, for 5 days of instruction, no later than the beginning of the year. Now, obviously, our secondary school students already have the opportunity to vaccinate. Looking at the island-wide numbers, it looks like there are 72% of children 12 to 17 are fully vaccinated. So that is it's a good number. It's climbing, every day. But again, because that opportunity is there, the board has asked us to take a look at whether it makes sense to start looking at the return of high school or even maybe middle school sooner than the elementary school students, since the vaccine is already available. So we are starting to look at that issue and talking to our high school administrators first to get a listing of updated concerns and issues that we will need to address to move in that direction. So right now, we're status quo, but I do want everybody to know we continue to work towards that goal of a full return to school. I think we talked about this. You might have heard, I guess in the news, I've been tracking a lot of issues, right? Learning loss. We're talking about underreported cases to CPS. We're talking about the health and fitness of our kids and trying to be fit, in the event that, they also are affected by COVID-19. And I want to just remind the community that it's great to have these conversations, but my core strategy is, it's hard to do all those things without kids being back in school. So, we can talk about intensive tutoring, we can talk about extending the school day, extending the school year, but if we're not at a point where kids can come safely back to school, all of those strategies are just tinkering, at the edges of the problem. So again, we want to do all those things, but we have to get back to a more normal situation where it's safe enough to bring all our kids back to school, give them a regular routine and exposure to in-class instruction. And we're really working hard to get there. And our board is pushing us. Of course, they're not saying do it, in the height of the pandemic, but as things start to improve, give us a strategy to get to 5 days, and then that's what we're working on. So we'll continue to report to you and let our public know that we are, once we get to that point where we want to talk about a potential plan to return, we definitely were going to reach out and share that with our stakeholders as well. So I'll go ahead and stop there. There's a lot of other things going on, but I'll go ahead and see if we have any questions that you'd like to ask.
When you talk about returning all of the students back to school, what's the trigger? Because we've heard from public health that 25, we've got to get down to 25 cases per day, right? In order for us to determine that we're out of the surge. But last night there was 163. Previously it was like 90 and so forth. For GEB, what number are you guys looking at to say, okay, I think it's safe now, we can bring everybody back?
Well, I think when we look at the framework we're using, which is really, kind of is based on the CDC framework, we're talking about, for every week, we're looking at trying to get those cases under I think that the threshold is under 100. 100, per 7 days. So, you can do the math and, you're going to get probably below 25 to get into that level. But, I think once you get over 100 cases per 7 days, you are in that high risk category. So we're trying to get out of high risk in terms of COVID-19. The positivity rate has already dipped below that high risk threshold. We're waiting to see the number of cases also begin to decline. So we're not quite there yet, but we are generally in line with public health assessment because these frameworks are similar and they have similar thresholds, maybe not exact, but again, it's going to take a precipitous decline in the number of cases to get to to get out of the high risk category. Now, I just want to clarify under CDC's guidance, they're not saying that when you're in high risk, you can't open schools. They're saying when you're in high risk, physical distancing is important. So, absolutely, that's why cohorts, are in place. Physical distancing, masking, all of those things are going to be extra important to reinforce, ensure that it's happening. Once you get to a lower risk level, the parameter, it gets a little bit more flexible. You're able to bring more kids back safely because the risk of transmission is going to be lower, with a lower number of cases in the community. So, again, we're monitoring this alongside public health. We're keeping track, and we're looking at the way COVID-19 works within the schools. And as you can tell, we're not seeing a lot of cases at the schools, and definitely not any signs of transmission within the schools. But as long as it's out there in the community, there's always a risk it's going to show up at the front door, and we're going to have to respond to it. So we're hoping that we can continue to see this decline. I think there were there was a couple of weeks where the numbers were flat, and they weren't going anywhere. And I think I came on the show and I said, it's not at its peak, but it just hasn't gone anywhere. In the last week, we've seen a pretty marked drop. So we're hoping that continues. And again, right now we're in the middle of October and towards the end of October. We're talking about if a vaccination becomes available for our younger students, then we're looking at maybe a 4 to 6 week time period to allow our students to go get vaccinated. That puts us into probably mid-December when we can say that all students have had an opportunity to be vaccinated, and we've been able to encourage that so that we can have a more robust discussion about everybody returning at once. Next week, we will commence employee testing. So that is the other effort that is underway. Right now, we have about 88% of employees who are fully vaccinated, and we are going to be testing next week. And we'll, obviously we're going to hopefully see some numbers move to the fully vaccinated category, because some of the folks who require the weekly testing are those who only had their first dose, and we're waiting for the second dose. So hopefully some of them have gone into the fully vaccinated category. And then, the rest we will deal with next week, and hopefully that goes smoothly.
Can you talk about the Smarter Balanced Assessment System that was approved by the board last night or adopted?
Yeah, so right now we currently administer the ACT Aspire, a summative assessment. So each year from grades 3 to 10, we administer ACT Aspire in English, language arts, and math. And that's it's a requirement for the use of federal funds to be able to actually implement a college or career ready assessment. So they don't tell you what assessment to implement, but we've chosen ACT Aspire, and that's what we've been operating with over the past several years. Now, the company that does ACT Aspire will no longer be offering the test. I believe they're going to start winding down this year. So most jurisdictions are having to do the same thing, look at ensuring that they have a summative assessment in place. So the assessment that we've chosen is called Smarter Balanced. It is a standards aligned assessment, actually developed by a number of states. I think over 25 at least have adopted Smarter Balanced. So in our review of the Smarter Balanced assessment, we have opted to, or the board approved, moving from ACT Aspire to Smarter Balanced. it'll continue to test in the same areas, the same grades. I think the advantage as well is that this will all be able to be done by computer. And because of the technology that we've received over the last, year and a half, it'll definitely be within our abilities to administer the test online. So we do look forward to getting that in place. We may be doing ACT Aspire, one more year, but once that's done, we have to move to another assessment. So that's really the reason why we've had to make that decision. It seems kind of odd to do it in the middle of the pandemic, but that's the reason we had to do it, because we do need to have an assessment system in place for federal funds, and also just to report the data out as to how our kids are doing year by year. So even if we're doing it in COVID-19, once we emerge, that data will continue to be used and needed for reporting purposes.
I did want to follow up on the resolution, though, that was passed by the board regarding, is it $45 million shortfall for GDOE? Has there been any further discussion on that, or any feedback from the legislature or the administration?
Oh, not at this moment. So there are a couple of items that we're looking at. I mean, one is we definitely need to close out the prior fiscal year. So we are looking at our current close of the fiscal year, and we're going to need to address that as well as the current going forward, because we are currently short about $3.5 million from this last fiscal year. So we're going to need to address that and see if the governor can assist us with getting the cash that was supposed to come to the department. So there's one issue that we're dealing with for the past fiscal year. Going forward, this gap that we've talked about in the budget, I'm working on trying to find revenue opportunities as well as budget savings. And so I need to report that back to the board by November 6th. They've given me 30 days to put a plan together. So we are working with our team to do one thing, which is we call cross-leveling. So our student enrollment has gone down to, just over 26,000. That's about 2,500 less than we had 2 years ago. So we've started the process of identifying positions that may no longer be needed based on the lower enrollment. So that's one area that we think we can achieve savings. And then, of course, the other area that we're looking at is the federal funds that have been approved by U.S. Department of Education. So as was reported late last week, we did get final approval from USDOE for the $287 million out of the American Rescue Plan Act. So, that's a lot of money, and we know it's, with a part of that can be used to help address some of the areas that we're, looking at in our budget. So we're working through, those funds to see where that possible assistance can come from to help us, continue to provide our services to the community. So that'll be that'll be a solution for this year. Next, in order for us to do that this year, it's going to have to come from elsewhere in the grant, right? So much of the grant is set aside for capital improvements. So if we move money to our operations, we're going to see an impact somewhere else. So we're going to have to let the board know, where we're going to get that money from within the grant, what it will impact in terms of our plans. Again, I think we're going to do okay this year. It's the following year where those funds may be committed already to other things, and hopefully other projects. And when it comes down to the budget, if we have a gap this size, we're going to have to find other sources or other solutions. So that's what I'm most concerned about. I think we'll be fine finding a solution for this year. But we're about to start our budget development for the coming year. It's due in January, so this is the time where we go back and say, hey, what do we need in our schools? Talk to our PTOs, our principals, and then go to the legislature in January. Well, we're going to have to really start those conversations earlier with the legislature regarding the budgetary gap and the fact that we've been cut, over $30 million in the last, 3 fiscal years. That's a trend that can't continue.
Yeah.
So we're going to try to see if we can reverse that in our next budget cycle.
And speaking of speaking with stakeholders, I wanted to give you that opportunity because I think you guys have some virtual community input sessions that kicks off tonight, right?
Well, we have a lot going on, and I know when I listen to conversations about transparency and stakeholder engagement and all of that, and then I look at what we're doing, I sometimes I feel like it's overkill because there's always a community meeting going on. But I do want to just thank our curriculum folks and our strategic planning committee for keeping an eye on the future. Right, we're still trying to get out of this pandemic, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't be thinking and talking about what we want to see for our kids over the next 5 years. So tonight, actually over the next 3 days, we're going to be meeting with stakeholders from our different regions of Guam to talk about what we're doing and where we are in our strategic planning process. And as I spoke to Deputy Joe Sanchez yesterday, I said, we're going to have, if we have a lot of parents on there, parents don't usually get involved in the strategies and, all the details of how it's going to get done. What we want to know from parents is, what is it that you want to see for your child when they graduate? What kind of opportunities do you want what do you see for them? What type of skills and capacities do you envision for them? Because that's what we need from our customers, our parents and students. Tell us what the graduate outcomes ought to be from your perspective, so we can make sure that's incorporated into our strategic planning. So, it's not always when you ask a parent, what do you think about, what do you see for your son or your daughter? I mean, yes, I'd like them to be able to read, write, and, do math. But I have so much more that I want to see from my kids, right? I want them to be successful. I want them to be well-rounded, resilient. I'd like them to have, some common sense. I'd like them to be able to do, go to college, but have a career that's going to be sustainable. I mean, every parent has a different, set of expectations for their kids. And it's important that we capture that in our strategic plan. So it's not only about, how do we do compared to the other school, or how do we do compared to, to the state of Massachusetts. We want to know if we're producing opportunities for our kids, that when they graduate, there is a job opportunity that they can go to. There is a college opportunity that they can pursue, and make sure they have the skills and the resilience, the mindset to pursue those opportunities. So that's what I want to hear. So all the parents out there who can join us, over again, we're doing it regionally. If you sign on and you're from another, you're from the north and it's for the south, hey, don't worry, just stay with us. We just want your input. And I think, again, what we want to know from you is what you hope and aspire to for your kids when they graduate, so that we can make sure we're aligning our activities and our focus with those dreams and hopes. So we welcome everybody to join us. And that information, of course, I know it's been put out through the media, but it's also on our DOE Facebook site. So go there for the link, and we look forward to talking with you.
I just want to read this to you because we just had a viewer who commented, not overkill super, it's perfect. I wish other agencies were just as transparent and informative. Thank you for keeping us in the loop. And thank you.
Well, I really appreciate that. And I think, as I've spoken to other, colleagues in government, it's hard work to go and engage the community. But at the same time, it's harder to just read Facebook and read all the comments on social media. I would recommend stay away from that. Go right to the people. And I always found a sense of respect, going both ways, right? I mean, I think you have to do that. You might expect that, someone's going to troll you in a meeting, but it actually doesn't happen, with the way you might fear. Actually, people are pretty respectful. We can agree to disagree, but I think it's important that we hear directly from our stakeholders, and they have a chance, to hear from us what our reasoning is and where we are. And technology has really facilitated this. So we can have Zoom meetings for 500, direct participants, and we can have the rest on Facebook who just want to watch. And we do our best to try to, to go through the questions and provide responses on the spot. But, we also record these. We also, take notes, and we incorporate that into the work that we do. So we do have staff who do that as part of the public engagement. So we welcome everybody to join us.
Thank you, John, so much. I wanted to ask about National School Lunch Week. Did you ask about that?
No.
Yeah. Well, I love the cafeteria ladies. God, they were so great.
You just
So-
love the cafeteria.
I do, yeah. That's so generous. But John, I know with the COVID, right, we're not doing the usual National School Lunch Week celebration.
Well, we would like to be out eating lunch with the kids. We would like to be sampling, the food and everything, but it's been hard to do. We really have tried to keep the schools operating safely and not building on the anxiety by bringing, entourages onto campus and so forth. So, I've been on campus, but I certainly have been very cognizant of the fact that, as we're talking about keeping things orderly and reducing risk, I shouldn't be out there just, mingling and buzzing around the cafeteria. So, but we do look forward to that. I mean, we've had a couple of opportunities to do some food tasting, as well as, visits with the school. I think 2 years ago, we went out with GPD and we were having lunch with our middle schoolers. And I thought that was a great experience. It's just something that we need to be careful about this year. Hopefully, as we get more students back and things get safer, we can resume those activities in some way. But right now, we're still on hold for that.
All right.
I know. I thought we were going to go on a field trip this week. Well, John, eat some lunch for
You're
us.
trying to find the healthy Conumbicas.
Yeah, waiting for it. Okay, John.
Thanks.
Yeah. No, I had it. I remember there was.
USDA approved.
Yes, I went to what's the one in Totu, the elementary
JQ
school?
San Miguel.
Right.
JQ San Miguel. I went to JQ San Miguel, and they actually did have healthy stafao. Not
Yeah.
too bad. Not too bad at all. Okay, John.
Thanks,
All
John.
right, thanks, guys.
That's the okay. 9:04. Quick break, and then ladies, get ready.
Later.
Your favorite Jason Solis is coming up. All right, and it's going to be a great interview, Jay.
Yeah, we're going to talk about Guam's Institution of Higher Learning. Dr. Thomas Kreis is waiting in the Zoom room. We're going to talk about UOG's 70th anniversary. That's coming up after the break.
Right on. Good morning.
Learn more about
This
our
holiday season, we're once again bringing together the island's largest array of local vendors for a special innovative way for you to shop, broadcast, and go digital with Team KOAM. Join us on Sunday, November 28th for the annual Christmas Pops Virtual Holiday Market at 12 noon on KOAM TV8 and the KOAM News Facebook page, plus additional show times through December 11th. We'll also be featuring vendors daily with posts with QR codes and links on our social media pages beginning Monday, November 29th, and hosting an exclusive Christmas Pops website for your one-stop shopping. It's a safe and convenient way for you to shop local this holiday season. To reserve your spot, email promotions@koam.com today. Virtual space is limited.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line.
Breeze 93.9 FM.
Breeze 93.9 FM is all about playing your favorite hits through the ages, bringing you back to the best times of your life. Listen to the Top Hit Takeover every weekday from 4 to 5 p.m. as the Docomo Pacific team and their special guests share their favorites with you each month. Listen as they play guest DJs with a special theme and get in on the takeover action yourself by sharing your favorites on our Instagram account. Brought to you by Docomo Pacific. Better together.
Stay connected through The Link each morning on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Wednesday morning here on The Link. You are rolling with us if you are hopefully slowly traveling down Marine Corps Drive on a gorgeous Wednesday morning, or if you are making your way to a 9 o'clock class over at UOG. FYI, you're a little bit late, so if you're on back road, do try and get there in a safe environment. Speaking of Triton U, that is the subject of our next interview, because 2021 is a monumental year for the university. Finally, a return to a semi-normal instructional format. It is also the University of Guam's 70th anniversary, so who better to bring in to the KUM News Zoom room and talk about this achievement, what it means, and what we mean going forward than the president, the 11th president of the University of Guam, Dr. Thomas Kreis. Dr. Kreis, always a pleasure. Welcome to the show.
Happy day, Jason. Thanks everybody.
All right. Let's first talk, I tried to contextualize it like a little bit, but, what does it mean for the UOG community and for you and your fellow administrators and faculty, and probably most importantly, the student body, to finally be able to return and say, I can experience college in what should be like a somewhat normal fashion?
Mm-hmm. No, it's a big deal for us to be able to do it. And we've got about half of our classes are either fully face-to-face or hybrid, which is occasionally online, occasionally face-to-face. So it makes such a difference just to see other people and to have some liveliness back on campus. So that's really important. And then all of our offices are staffed now, so it feels a little bit more normal, and we're slowly coming back.
Mm-hmm. The one thing as an alumni, and I always try and emphasize this, is the one thing that is impressed upon me in so many positive ways that all of your team there at UOG really tried to keep spirits high and really motivate students and saying, we're absolutely committed. We're all the way into making sure that you guys get the quality education that you're paying for and that you signed up for and everything like that. So what were some of the challenges of being able to maintain that motivation and that esprit de corps, if you will, not knowing what the world was going to be like one day to the next?
Yeah, so I have a lot of credit goes to the Student Government Association that's been trying to keep up spirits and to keep our kind of regular routines going of various kinds of events, awards, ceremonies, meetings and so on. So they've done a really good job of keeping that spirit alive. Another group that's really important is our residential students who've been in residence all the way through the pandemic. And so they've really put up with a lot of, hassles in terms of tremendous job. And I say to them that they've been kind of keeping the campus flame burning all through this. So it's been really, and great staff helping to keep their spirits up too.
Well, you provided the environment and the infrastructure and the instruction. Now, kids, time to go to work. It's time to go earn those degrees. It's time to take your part in the ongoing symphony, if you will, of productive society and everything like that. And you are the future big thinkers of tomorrow and everything like that. So UOG continues that tradition of enabling and preparing young minds to continue to lead. It's not just survive this thing, but to really take us forward.
Mm-hmm. And to keep on track too. So, a lot of people have sort of been tired of tired by the Zooming and the online experience that we've all been having to go through. It's been great that we've been able to do it, but it's a bit trying. But we've really been encouraging people to stay on track for their degree programs, to keep registered and so on. Now's a great time to be registered because we still have some of the Rescue Act money to distribute. So this semester, next semester, so it's important to stay on track and take advantage of that. So we'll still be distributing funds from the Rescue Act from the federal government. So that's an extra incentive to stay on track for their degree program.
Outstanding. Okay, so Dr. Kreis, I want to talk about moving forward now that we have now eclipsed 70 years of the university being an institution. And of course, this year earlier, back in March, we celebrated, the 53rd Charter Day of UOG. But, as long as I've been able to interview you, and I've had a great pleasure of doing so, you've always been not only a teacher of language, but also a student of history. So, when you came to this post, and you've been here now and leading for a few years, what have you been able to ascertain about the history and the tradition and the legacy thus far of the University of Guam?
I think that one of the most important things about it that really makes it stand out is how much people really care about it. This community really cares about the university. It matters in a way that it's hard to, certainly in my experience, no other university that I've been associated with has been so much embraced by its community. So So that's, it really matters. So I think our 70th anniversary matters more to the community of Guam, the community of all of Micronesia, than many other institutions. And a lot has happened. I mean, this place has really come from modest beginnings in Quonset huts and to being a really remarkable institution with great faculty, great staff, great students, great alumni. Thanks for being one.
My pleasure. Is that is that little factoid about the Quonset hut one of the first things that that when you first took your job here at Triton U, your administrators and people that have been there and they've really cut their teeth and made that their career. Is that one of the first things they told you? Because they're like, wow, we've got this beautiful business school and we've got like an incredible science building and everything like that, but it wasn't always like that. And this place literally was, classrooms were in thatched huts.
Yeah. No, really, yeah. It's really modest beginnings, really trying to staff our Department of Education, right? That was really is meant to be a teacher's institution. So education's right at the center of our existence, and that whole connection to serving the community, helping people into careers that will help Guam and all of Micronesia is what we're all about. So it's a great story, and this institution has come a long way. And I think a lot of people can appreciate the last about 20 years. It's really been a dramatic shift. We're doing a lot of very high-end, very important research. We're doing a lot with environmental sustainability, circular economy kinds of things, helping us figure out how to diversify our economy. I mean, there's a lot going on. There's a lot to do with Chamorro language revitalization, Chamorro studies, Micronesian area studies. There's a lot going on at this institution that it's hard to encapsulate. So what we're hoping is the 70th anniversary will give us this opportunity to really highlight all of this great work that's been going on, the great achievements of UOG and with its communities, right? The communities are what keep the university going. So.
Yeah, I think the highest praise I can give UOG is, it's never the same school or the same institution. You stay away from there for like 2 years and you go back and it's like, oh wow, now they've got an engineering school, and the Marine Lab is still world class. The ROTC unit is globally respected, for their discipline, for their dominance, for the fact that we've got more cadets that have air assault badges and ranger tabs even before they graduate from college, is because the cadets are that committed when they receive their commissions to be productive officers. But as not just as a figurehead now, but kind of like as the person with the grand vision, I'm sure you would agree that the key component of progress is momentum. So how do we continue to improve upon, to expand, and to make more opportunities available for young minds?
So, I mentioned the community support for the institution. So none of this was possible without the support from the government of Guam, from the legislature, from the governor's office. So there's, that investment in the institutions, what's made this all possible. And so now the institution's able to bring in a lot more resources thanks to that investment. And we're able to do a lot of very high-end research that really matters to people. So, preserving our archaeological heritage, caring for our environment, trying to mitigate the impact of construction of all kinds. All those kinds of things are really important, and we're able to do this, and we're able to hire people and provide jobs and provide tax revenue because of the support of the community. So it really does matter. So this coming year will give us this opportunity to highlight, we intend to have kind of like a monthly focus to try to capture all of this variety. So you mentioned our great ROTC, you mentioned our Marine Lab, we've got the Micronesian Area Research Center, we have the cancer research and the cancer all the cancer research work that's going on, CEDARS, we've got, all these the extension and outreach, we've got the agriculture, the aquaculture.
If we just talked about all the degree programs just at the School of Education alone, this interview would go on for 2 hours.
Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah, it's amazingly complex and rich and full of variety. So this year, we're really looking forward to this coming year. We hope we get to have more events in person, but today we're celebrating with a virtual kickoff this afternoon. So we're excited about that.
I was going to say, let's talk about that for a sec, Dr. Kreis, because one thing that every UOG student, alumni, prospective student knows about UOG is that if there's one thing the Tritons do is we know how to party. I mean, we buckle down and hit the books, and we finish what we start. We complete those degrees. We walk in there as freshmen. We exit as seniors. Degree carrying members of society. But it's also a school that knows how to celebrate achievement and everything like that. So at 3:30 today, there's a virtual kickoff ceremony. This is the Platinum Jubilee. So how will we be able, as a community, to look back, to celebrate, and to congratulate everything we've been able to do?
Yeah, so we'll be, we have a big committee, lots of people involved in this project. So we have our honorary co-chairpersons, and so that's two of our very successful alumni, and that's Anne-Marie Munya, the president and general manager of AM Insurance, and Christine Boleto, the chief financial officer of Docomo Pacific. So they're the honorary co-chairs for this, and then we've got all kinds of people in all these different parts of the university and among the alumni to celebrate that. So that'll be kicking off today, the virtual ceremony, and you can just check the Facebook page for UOG's Facebook page for the link to that. And then we've got this great UOG mural that's going up on the side of the field house by Austin Domingo. And so it's not quite finished yet, thanks to all the rain we've had. It's been a little hard to finish the project, but it's very nearly done. It really is a head turner.
Yet another reason, everybody, that you have to go to the field house to go get your shot. If you want to get vaccinated, you can see that beautiful mural.
Yeah, that's another great thing. So we've been so happy to be so embedded with the National Guard and the DPHSS to help try to cope with this, the pandemic all the way through our School of Health, our Global Learning and Engagement team, our athletics office. All those people have been helpful, and it's been so nice for us to be able to host this big vaccine center in the field house all this time. So that's been great too. So you get to see the mural going in to get booster shots or all that.
And I think that kind of is testament to the fact, as you touched on earlier, Doc, is the fact that UOG is a community integrated institution, and it's not this school that's tucked away in the corner of Manila where it's very elitist and it's all stuffy, and we sit around swilling sherry and reciting the Canterbury Tales and everything like that. Every UOG student knows that they have to give back, and it's inherent on each and every one of us to pass along the knowledge that was passed to us and to help the community. And when I remember when they said we need a vaccination clinic, they said UOG was like, okay, tell us where, tell us when. We've got facilities, we've got people that are willing to help. I mean, they know they're heading potentially into harm's way, but they're like, give me a time, give me a place.
Exactly, yeah.
And that's not surprising at all, but it's still wildly impressive.
Right. And I think that's really in our DNA. So starting as, a teacher training institution in 1952, all the way through to next year also is our 50th anniversary of being a land grant institution. And the whole land grant idea is about the community, about applied research, about converting what we do in the university into useful applications in the community. So the agricultural extension, all the extension service that we do, the nutrition, all that kind of stuff is part of that. So that's another big anniversary. The next year is also the 40th anniversary of the UOG Endowment Foundation. That's another way that the community supports the mission of the university, helps students to get in and get through and to have successful careers. So that's it's a big anniversary year on multiple levels.
So we got a lot of parties coming up.
Yeah. We've got plans. We've got plans all the way through. So it should be great. And we're really excited about the Charter Day this coming year, which will be March 31st this year. So we hope we get by. I mean, we've got this really high vaccination rate here where we hope we can crest this and sort of join the decline in the cases of COVID. But we're really hoping to have a lot of in-person activity and parties all the way through the celebratory year. So.
Absolutely. Let me just ask you, Dr. Kreis, and not necessarily from the standpoint of of the president of the university, but just as Tom Kreis, if I may, and everything what has being able to be here in this community and see things with your own eyes and be part of that subset of the island family and everything like that. What has it meant to you, and how were you initially embraced when they said you first came to the island and everything like that, and even before you started the job?
Well, I stress the idea of how important this is, how much this institution matters, so that it really struck me even from the interview stage. I mean, it was a newsworthy search process, and there was a lot of conversation about it. And so, being the first completely outside Guam person in the job is, it's tricky that way, but I've been very, very well received, I think, and the love of the institution is just so obvious, and that's made all the difference through this. And that, the pandemic has really just highlighted that role. I mean, the university has done what it was founded to do, which is to help the community, and so in all these different ways. And I've emphasized that events like today's Jubilee launch and the celebrations coming up, and the ceremonies, and continuing this kind of rhythm of our social lives and of our sense of accomplishment. This matters. So I think we what we're doing, keeping students on their programs, celebrating their achievements, having the kinds of social interactions that we've been able to have during the pandemic has been important for our collective morale, right? So we feel better because we're able to continue to help our community, to continue our students, efforts to finish degrees and to move into meaningful careers, and as much as possible to keep our best and brightest in Guam. That's another great aspect of having a robust University of Guam and Guam community colleges. We keep people here, right? People don't feel like they have to go off island. They can stay here, and we've been successful at bringing people who've gone abroad, the diaspora. We've brought a number of people back, but we've been celebrating some of our returnees, because we've been able to bring them back for faculty and staff positions, or by other ways that we've been helping, through aquaculture, agriculture, the business community, and so on.
Absolutely. And again, I'd like to emphasize a point. I mean, you spend a couple months and maybe even a couple years away from UOG, you go back and it's a completely different place, and that in very, very positive ways. So, Doc, I know you got a 3:30 virtual kickoff to get ready for, so I'd like to end with this maybe one final question, and you kind of touched on it like a little bit, but in your estimation, what is a UOG Triton? How should they be perceived by the rest of the world, and what is the responsibility inherent to each one of them?
Yeah, I think maybe the expression island wisdom is a good way to describe that. So there is no institution in the world that is like UOG, or with the kind of responsibility that UOG has to Guam and the whole community of Micronesia. I point out to people that UOG is the only public university in the U.S. that is directed by its sponsoring government to serve people beyond the jurisdiction of that government. So we serve all the people of Micronesia. Most of our residential students are from our neighboring islands, and that sort of wider vision for Guam as the hub and the metropolis of this enormous area of Micronesia, I think, is really important. And so we have ways of living. We have this ancient Chamorro culture. We have ideas like Anathamawalek and Chinchuli that are unique to this culture, and we have ways of solving problems and thinking about how we interact with each other that are unique, and we can provide help to the world because of the way we're dealing with problems in our own environment. So I think UOG helps to raise that island wisdom to the wider world, and to take our place in the world as important, significant cultures in this region of the world. So I think island wisdom would be the thing that really sets us apart, and what we're really trying to highlight in this coming 70th anniversary year.
Absolutely agree, Dr. Kreis. Thank you so much for that. So Dr. Thomas Kreis, everybody, the 11th president of the University of Guam, not from here originally, but he's about as Guamanian as you're going to find, because he loves red rice, loves Kelaguen, and he's made this his home. And Doc, we're lucky to have you.
Thank you, Jason.
All right, so congratulations to UOG on the Platinum Jubilee. Remember, the virtual kickoff ceremony starts at 3:30 today. You can go to our Facebook stream right now. We're going to put the link in there. So if you would like to register, take part and participate in this wonderful celebration, you're more than welcome to. So Dr. Kreis, have a wonderful day, and congratulations once more.
Thank you, Jason.
Get yourself all caught up.
Join KUAM every Wednesday on Primetime for Inside Business. It's our new weekly segment featuring the struggle of Guam's businesses during this global pandemic. We'll hear from industry leaders about the difficult decisions they were forced to make to implement cutoffs, layoffs, and shorten hours just to survive. It's the other side effect of COVID, the island's economic crisis. We'll also feature new businesses that managed to open and thrive during these challenging times. It's Inside Business every Wednesday on KUAM News Primetime.
Learn about people and organizations making a difference in our community on the greater good every Wednesday during The Link. Building awareness, promoting events, generating change. Find inspiration to seek out the greater good every Wednesday. Listen, watch, stream. Miss The Link, miss a lot. Presented by Jay Goodman, a happiness company, and Guam Windward Memorial. Celebrate life. Catch Sports Link on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday for the latest sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. Sports Link airs every Friday across the multi-platforms of KUAM. Tune in to the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live stream through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram page. Sports Link is brought to you by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape.
After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Marianas Irrigation and Landscape and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on, so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Want a better look at your spending? With MoneyMap, you can automatically create budgets and manage where your money is going. Know when you have a green light or when it's time to slow down. Maybe cook more meals at home this week. Set your goals, track your progress, and find your way to exactly where you want to be. With MoneyMap from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. It all starts with yes.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Welcome back, everybody. You continue watching The Link. We do appreciate it. And we have another awesome interview about awesome people doing awesome things on our awesome island. Man, I should get paid every time I say, like, awesome. Somebody give me, like, 10 cents.
I got $1 for you, bro.
But thank you. But nonetheless awesome is our friends at West Care Pacific Islands. Of course, they are doing amazing things in our community. Their commitment and dedication to caring and providing resources is absolutely unmatched. So we have here Leslie Estrella and Kathleen Uggan in the Zoom room. Ladies, hafaday and good morning. Thanks for being with us.
Good morning. Thank you for having us.
All right. And this is a really intriguing thing we're talking about today. You guys are offering a free workshop for parents, as I understand it, as well as caregivers and young people called Colorful Conversations. I can't wait to hear like all about this.
Yeah, so we have this free workshop, and it's going to be really focusing on our parents and caregivers, because some of us might be, the Ninas and the grandmas and grandpas that are taking care of our youth or our students. And so we wanted to make sure that we provide as much resources for not just the caregivers and their youth, so that they can strengthen their relationship. Leslie will talk more about the content and the basically like the skills that are going to be imparted with the youth and the parents and caregivers. But we just wanted to invite the community and sign up for our free workshop. It's going to be on November 6th. I believe it falls on a Saturday from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. And this is really in collaboration with 3 youth prevention programs here at Westcare, and that's Thrive Coalition, Project Isata's PrEP Pathways, and the Ilinat Lahu, or My Life. And the 3 programs have come together to just bring this to our community, because this month is actually October is National Youth Substance Abuse Prevention Month, and so one of the most effective ways on preventing our youth turning to risky behaviors or substance use is really having that bonding time as a family. And so through this workshop, we wanted to give them the skills to kind of guide them and get them started.
Yeah, Leslie, let's can we actually define what caregiver is? Because I love, Kathleen, how you said that, you may be the Nina, the Nino and everything. And everybody thinks of caregiver as, I've got somebody in my family who is sick or has some sort of disability, whatever the situation is. But caregiver actually is very, very broad, and I would even dare say, like, most of us on Guam, because of our familial nature, as you say, Kathleen, we are already caregivers, or we will be caregivers at some point. Would you agree?
Yes, I would agree. In terms of caregivers, on our island, like you stated, family is broad. It's not just a nuclear family. It extends to, our Ninas, our grandparents. So in terms of caregivers for this workshop, it could be a legal guardian. It could be someone that you're living with, that, your family, you have a family relation, and they're watching over you. Mm-hmm. We're not restricting it just to parents, biological parents, but just as long as you have a youth under 11 to 14 under your care, and this is where it's at. Because just like Kathleen stated, Kathleen, I'm not used to calling you by your full name. Kat stated, we have, it starts at home in terms of prevention, in terms of all that. A lot of our youth, in terms of risk, when it comes time, being this age, you're more inclined to try and be curious, and you don't know who to turn to in terms of questions, right? So I don't know how else to say this, it starts at home. So whatever your home structure is, like whoever your child or the youth that lives with you or that's under your care, they should be able to come to you and know and learn how to come to you and talk about these things if needed. It's not just general conversation about how school is, but this workshop would hope, our goal is to teach caregivers and the adults that surround the youth about their personality styles, as well as youth learning about their personality styles and how that can effectuate effective communication. You know what I mean? Like different personality styles, there's different ways to approach them. There's different ways to, start a conversation or engage in a conversation. So this is what some of the things that we're hoping, bigger picture type stuff, right? That this this workshop will be delivering.
And again, ladies, we're not just talking about like, extreme cases of, I have to take care of, somebody on a daily basis, but maybe even Kat, it's like, you said if you are the caretaker, again, like, an older sibling, an uncle, a Nino and everything like that, and you've got a young person under your care, and say if this person just starts to go through puberty and they're like, like I'm getting mad for no reason, girls look kind of interesting this year and everything like that, they need someone that, they can empathize with or seek out for wisdom. I mean, I became a godfather this year, and it is completely new to me. I am absolutely green. And as a caretaker previously, I had to take care of my ailing father a few years ago. And even at that, it came out very, very suddenly. I was completely unprepared for it, so I did a lot of homework. I tried to, study not only, the administering of medicine and the mechanical part, but also the psychological part and learning how to be a better listener. And that really, really helped.
Definitely. And this workshop will just kind of, dive into that where you've heard of the 5 love languages, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so it's kind of like that where we, instead of just, figuring out how do we receive or give love or express our love, but for this one, it's how do we express ourselves and how does your youth express themselves? And sometimes we might look at our youth as, they're just quiet, they don't want to talk, they're just, they're not expressive, they want to be left alone, or why is he always talking? Why is my kid always talking about all these nonsense things or useless information? And so it's kind of just a reminder for our parents and for our caregivers and our youth to take a step back and also understand personality does my youth have or does my parent have, and where can we meet each other halfway? What are some of the tools that I can use to further understand, and how I can communicate best? Because we have this thing where it's like it's a color wheel, right? So I'm actually I believe I'm a purple green, and then Leslie is a
yellow green.
Yellow green. Yeah, and so we have this tool that assesses, what are some of the tendencies that you have.
So Leslie's got JFK colors, basically.
Yeah. So then they come together. So it's going to be the parents and caregivers are going to be in one virtual room, and the youth are going to be in another room with facilitators, and they're going to be exploring those personality styles, and they're going to come together and kind of have a discussion and see, this is what I hope you would understand about my personality, and I would like to be communicated to in this way.
Okay, so Leslie, help me understand it. So it's not kind of like the traditional, tough love approach where I'd say, okay, well, I'm the authority figure, and like if you're having problems, this is what I say you do. This is almost like kind of like psychological negotiation, if you will, right?
Kind of, just to, this is the role that I have, right, as an adult, and like I have 3 kids, and it's not all authoritative in how to parent. It's just how to build a better relationship while understanding what roles they have in their family unit, right? And Kat mentioned it's very weird, but we all know that 11 to 14, that's where all the changes happen. Like you could be living with this child, this young person for the longest time, but this is pretty much the age where they're coming into their own and they're still trying to figure it out. And with the personality styles, even as adults, like I took this test, this tool 3-4 years ago, I believe, and I was a purple, but then, different changes, different attitude changes and mindset, even my colors changed. So parents, it's actually, and caregivers, it's beneficial for us to even know what our youth falls under and what their traits are and all this stuff. So even if they're still in that role of, I'm the parent, still respect me, culture-wise still has to be a big factor, but it opens up that line of communication. You know what I mean? Like how can I approach you, or how can you approach me? How can we make our relationship better? What can we do? What activities do you like? And then find a middle ground to just have these conversations. Because like I mentioned earlier, it could be light. It could be, hey, how's your day? Don't just ask me how's my day. Just be like, how's band practice, and what about, like remembering these things and how to approach it to where it's better than you get the responsive. It was fine.
I could even see this being, for lack of a better term, is Kat, maybe preventative maintenance, because if you're a caregiver or an authority figure in a young person's life that's kind of a little bit skewing a little bit younger than the 11 to 14 age, you could say, okay, there are certain behavior changes, as Leslie just said, that you're going to have to prepare yourself for. Because I remember, the KUN kids, when they would run around here, I'd stick a carrot up my nose if it would make them laugh and everything like that. And then they hit that point where that wasn't cool to hang out with Uncle Jace anymore. And then they went through the years of, everything's rebellious. And, it was like a little bit of a shift for me. I was like, I thought we were cool. and I had to learn how to adjust myself. And again, this was complete new to me, and like it was almost like on the job training. So I mean, I would have greatly benefited from this knowledge, heading into it. I would like to know what my color is.
Yeah. Well, just let us know and jump in, because we're actually going to do just a little bit of a dry run sometime next week or 2 weeks from now. Yeah.
Oh, I am so in, please. So that being the case, and I know a lot of people watching this right now on the link are probably saying, that sounds really, really cool. How can people register? Is it just, just show up, or, I'm assuming registration, there is a finite number of seats.
Yes, we do have limited slots, but if you are interested in registering, you can visit our website, www.westcarepacificislands.org/events, and it'll take you to the registration landing page for the event itself. If you do have any questions, you can call 687-5605, and we can, answer any questions that you may have prior to joining the event. It is limited because we want to keep it a good number for us to handle. And we do have a few giveaways to include a family cute quality time kit that we've put together ourselves. The team's put together just for the families who participated to take their skills that they learned outside the workshop.
Nice.
So we are limiting it to 25 families. You can be one parent with more than one child that falls into that age range and still sign up. We're just basing it on families because we want everyone to leave with something good. And a bonus is if you're the first 15 families, you complete the workshop, you're able to avail of a $10 Payless gift certificate on us.
Very cool. See, I told you guys that West Care Pacific Islands does really, really awesome things. you guys never fail to impress. You guys are always doing something really, really neat. So, Kat, let's give you the final word and everything. Maybe make a final push for people right now. Maybe they're a little bit, skittish on the fence, and they're like, it is an interactive forum. I mean, it's not just theoretical knowledge and everything. People are going to get something out of this because they're going to run through practical exercises and, and be a better person, be wiser, and know how to deal with these situations coming out of it. So what would your final sales pitch, I guess, be?
I guess for us, this is just a way for WestCare to provide another resource, especially during this pandemic. A lot of times where, our parents and caregivers, we hear them, we see them, they are asking for support services for their kids. And so we are hoping that this could be another tool that they can use in order to help their students or their child resilient to be able to adapt to the changing needs that they have, especially with what the pandemic brought on. A lot of our kids are really needing that social and emotional support. And so through our parent and caregiver workshop, we hope that this can just be a little tool that they can put in their toolbox and hopefully use with our QC kit and also pass those skills down to their kids and also to the family members that they have outside of their nuclear family. So, but thank you so much for having us this morning.
Oh, you're very welcome. I have yet to go through the program, but I'm really greatly looking forward to doing so. But I can already tell, I'm going to give it a great check plus already. Right off the bat.
That's what we aim for.
There you go. Well, it's a wonderful program, and please come on after everybody goes through the exercises. We'd love to hear, what some of the feedback is.
Awesome.
Yeah, you guys are welcome anytime. Thank you so much, Leslie and Kat, and please have a wonderful day.
Thank you so much.
All right. So once again, that was the Greater Good segment right here on the link. That was, of course, Leslie and Kat. The Greater Good, of course, brought to you by the J. Goodman Company, where they've got quality products, the best customer support, and friendly service. Order 24/7 at guamgoodman.com. You can pick up in person safely, or Guam delivery is free. Order with confidence in whatever format you choose to do so, because it is the J. Goodman way. And our friends at Guam Windward Memorial, where love is everlasting. If you'd like more information about their services or to schedule a tour, please call 688-6371. More link is ahead, so please stay with us.
Learn about people and organizations making a difference in our community on the Greater Good every Wednesday during the link. Building awareness, promoting events, generating change. Find inspiration to seek out the greater good every Wednesday. Listen, watch, stream. Miss the link? Miss a lot. Presented by Jay Goodman, a happiness company, and Guam Windward Memorial. Celebrate life. The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentation, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Take in the panoramic beauty of our island each Sunday on the KUM News Instagram with Scenic Sundays. Scroll through the natural beauty of the island on display. Scenic Sundays on the KUM News Instagram is brought to you by Addis Trust and Investment, Location, Service, Trust, and Haagen-Dazs Shops Guam, where every day is made extraordinary.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Got a question about your finances? You've come to the right place. Bring all your accounts together, even those that aren't with us, and see the big picture, right down to the smallest detail. Unlock powerful tools like Insights and Money Map that help you save time and take control of your finances. When you connect accounts with the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Marianas Irrigation and Landscape and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on, so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale.
The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now. The Totomotna Tales. October on the KUAM Podcast Network.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KOAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KOAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KOAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
Listen, watch, and learn from the daily Chamorro news updates from KUAM News. Catch them on the link during the 8 o'clock hour, streaming online on Isla Radio, or on the KUAM News YouTube channel for your convenience. Tune in and stay informed, all while preserving our precious culture through the daily use of our native Chamorro language. Chamorro news updates are brought to you by your familia at First Hawaiian Bank.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line.
Here just the way I like it.
That we promise forever.
Hey, off day. Buenas, bananas to dos. Good morning. 9:55 Pacific Point. IT&E. Cabo Enterprises, Jack in the Box, proud to present this episode of The Link. We just keep on going. It's Wednesday, October 20th. Year of the COVID 2021. God bless you guys. Good morning. Some of the takeaways from the show this morning. Well, we had Superintendent John Fernandez on. I want to go into what he had said. If you guys, if you miss any of the interviews here on the link, miss a lot. We put them all up on YouTube. Okay, and so you can go to the KUAM News YouTube channel. And it really is a great resource because, a lot of times on the news, we're giving you kind of a snapshot of a big picture. And these interviews are the big picture, right? Because we get to go in and ask questions and there's no, real time limit, right? So anyway, Superintendent John Fernandez, he was talking about transparency. And he had said that, because, GDOE, they've got like a gajillion parent forums. They routinely go out and not just think of their stakeholders, but actually talk to them, right? And he was saying, I hope it's not overkill because we talk about transparency and we're out here and, we maintain open communication with all the different media. They have these Zoom forums where they can put out information. And really, I do think that, when it comes to putting information out there and making it accessible to the people, they do deserve a gold star. They do. There's stuff that happens where you got to call and you got to find out information, but God, for the most part, when it comes to like crucial things that parents, students need to know, GDOE is there. They're everywhere. Go on their Facebook page. They're always just putting stuff out, right? And not just putting stuff out, because like Adaloop, they put out a bunch of videos. One-way communications is what it is. It's a video. You watch it, and I'm not even sure a lot of these videos, like what the purpose of it is, because most of them don't really seem to give any information. They just kind of seem like almost like campaign commercials. And so I just really wish that the effort, the successful effort that GDOE engages in every day to be transparent, and not just to be transparent, but to be accessible. I just really wish it could be imitated throughout the government, especially in these agencies that are crucial to the pandemic response. As much as GDOE is out here, public health should be out here too. The Guam Memorial Hospital should be out here. The administration, in the form of the governor and the lieutenant governor, should be out here. Everyone should be out here. All hands on deck, right? All hands on deck. What was it all those former heads of the chambers of commerce said? They said, hey, let's unite and do this together. And to me, that was kind of telling, is when you don't hear from your leadership, then there's a lot of people on this island who are stepping up to fill in the gaps, the communication gaps, the messaging gaps. And thank God for them, because, a lot of times, it seems like we're operating in the dark. We get these press releases, but there's no real opportunity to ask questions about them. And most of the time, you have questions when you read these guidances or these press releases, or you watch these videos that they come out with, right? And so I just want to thank GDOE for not just being accessible to the media, because that's fine, right? Thank you so much. But for being accessible to the stakeholders. My mom has a Zoom. She was born in 1957. And so they provide these virtual opportunities for parents and guardians to engage with the school, the department leadership. And it's great. And we should have also been doing this throughout this surge with all the responding agencies. Can you think how many lives we could have saved? And really, that's it. We could have saved lives. The more information we put out, the more consistent we are with our messaging, with our communicating with people, the more the information they need to know sinks in. It's simple and effective communicating. Get a good, simple message and be consistent in getting it out there. That's what works. So I don't know why we don't do it during this pandemic. Had there been like a real marriage of convenience, really, between public health and the administration and the media partners, consistently, I feel like we could have reached some people who maybe we didn't reach, right? So it's 10 o'clock on the breeze, KUAM FM, Agotni, Guam. Good job today, Sabrina. Yep. Good job, Jay. You killed it, bro. You killed it. Our whole 9 o'clock hours, Jason Solis going in. Good job.
It's a real honor and a treat to be able to interview like really cool people doing some really amazing things.
Right on. You got a great job. It's 10 o'clock, KUAM TV. My name is Chris.
I'm Jason. Good morning, everybody.
I'm Sabrina.
Está. Adios. All right, and we are back here at 10:01. Hey, Chicken Fries Friday is coming up. All you got to do is go to Burger King on a Friday and order chicken fries and say, I love the chicken fries. And they're going to give you a free chicken fries just like that. It's also brought to you by Docomo Pacific Facebook Live. We're going to leave you with this episode of Cover Me. Again, brought to you by Burger King and Docomo Pacific. My name's Chris. Está Adjo.
Take 5. What can I do to deserve